Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome here. We are in Watkins, Glen. We are in the USA. And we are here for the ACC Drive, the Endurance Championship. We are here in this beautiful place in the state of New York. We are here in, ironically, the last time that we had a race here in real life, it was the NASCAR Cup Series just a couple of weeks ago, where SVG Shane Van Gisbergen won the race in the national layout. Here we will use obviously the international layout. Here you can see the bus stop, or rather one of the most dangerous places of the whole track. In the race we will see certainly a lot of overtakes, certainly some mistakes, and perhaps some mayhem will also be encountered in the whole track. I'm Cristiano Romano, and today I'll be your voice for the next 3.5 hours, as I'm currently doing a slight issue called I can't find the password. Fantastic stuff myself. Anyway, not an issue as we go into the standings. Situation in the GT3 Championship. So I have to refresh because OBS doesn't refresh automatically. I have to remember this at times. SMRC Endurance Babe Armenia is ahead by basically 2,000 points in front of Carbon Motorsport. Firefly Racing follows in third with Team 32 and We Play, completing your top 5. And the battle effectively is for second place, as the battle for first is pretty much on another level, since this team usually already butchers the field on their own, but for the endurance rounds they are all in, and they certainly know how to maneuver themselves in the championship. This team, usually you also see 3 cars. In Kalami it was 3 cars present in the race, and so they are always weapon up for a battle for the lead. In the GT4 championship, you can see here Khalid Racing Team is 700 points ahead of 4 Club, with Apex Predator Racing Team, Bushels Racing Team and Kalala Racing following behind. The situation in GT4 is slightly different, since CRT is a very good team and they always deliver, and so it probably will be the same in this round here. But what they are fighting for, well, this is a good question, because this is a prized championship, and this is your prize window. No, this is the calendar, apologies. This is the prize window. You can see here they are battling for 10 lifetime licenses for whoever comes in first in both championships. Brought to you by ACC Drive, so they will come home with 10 lifelong licenses. But also there are prizes for the other series. In LFM there is the Syncmatch GT3 series, which brings an M-Pro LFM edition for whoever comes in first, and a raffle for everyone who participates with 2 M2X gloves. And you got the Ghosted Up GT3 Sprint series with 3 months subscription for whoever comes in first, and a raffle for whoever is in the top 50. 5 lucky winners will get a monthly subscription for Ghosted Up. So Paddock Legends offers whoever comes in first in the GT4 series a 50 euros coupon and a raffle for everybody. There are 2 coupons available, 25 euros and 10 euros. Paddock Legends, which is a website that offers you racing memorabilia, and I'll be honest, it's very interesting, and you already had a sneak peek of it. But this is the calendar, as we are now in the Endurance Series. You can see Watkins Glen week number 6. Next round is Imola for the Endurance Series, but also there is the Pro Series, the GT3 Sprint, the Duo Cup, the GT4, and the M2/Porsche Cup. Duo Cup, it's also a GT3 plus GT4 race, it could also be that. But here we are in the GT3 Endurance Championship. We already went through Spielberg, Suzuka, Spa, Kailami, Meizano. Now we are in the 6th week. And then we'll have Imola, Brands Hatch, Bathurst, Barcelona, Silverstone, and the Grand Finale at Nürburgring. And also, there is the Pro Series calendar in there, which comes every Thursday. It's either me, Olaf, or John that are at the commentary booth. And the next round will be at Monza. So sure to check it out. In the meantime, let me just go here. ACC TV is on. The truck is full of drivers. The deliveries are on. This time without any issue, since I went on for a good chunk of time to put. Let me just go here. Yes, everything works. Fantastic stuff. So we go now live. So everything should be. Let me go to live so you can have a view of it all. Here we are in the qualifying session. 20 minutes for us all. Oh, there is not the tower. Here it is. Look, aren't working. Let me just restart the tool. Okay, now everything is working again. So we've got a Mattis Crusher. Just to be sure, because the team is not. Let me just disconnect and clear the data. So possibly. Why aren't the teams on? Okay, just to. I'll just do a quick restart of the whole thing. It usually works like this, and as a matter of fact, it worked perfectly. So Mattis Crusher for Fisher Racing Esports. Okay, all the flags are on. Fantastic stuff. And okay, and the tower is rotating. Now everything works perfectly. The tower is rotating, so that means you will see the position delta in the race. You will see also the nationality, the manufacturer, and that's it. And in the qualifying, you will also see the difference between whoever is in first and whoever follows. That is your session best relative. Obviously now it is blank since nobody set a lap time, but we will go with our first driver, the 101 of Sebastian Zenner, for on board into turn 1. You have to go in the third gear, just on the curb on the inside, but not too much, otherwise your car gets tilted a bit and you get on the outside. The difference from the NASCAR Cup Series, here track limits are a thing. Then into the SS, turn 2 and 3 and 4, a complex which is very easy with this car, so with high downforce you go full flat into 6th gear, and then you brake around here at the marshal post, just quick bit on the brake, because you don't really have to brake too much into the bus stop over the curves, and then into the hairpin all the way into 4th gear, aiming for the curb on the outside, slightly bit on the grass even if you want to, and then that patch on the right, that is your braking spot. You tend to brake on the patch on the right as soon as it disappears from your eyesight. Then uphill into the hairpin, you brake at around 75 meters all the way into the apex, a tiny bit on the outside because there is a patch of tarmac that you can use on your advantage. Then a slight uphill to then go back downhill around here at the 120 meter spot over the curb on the inside, and then fully on the outside you can use 3/4 of your car on the outrack. Off camber this turn here in 2nd gear, you can't put it wrong, otherwise the off camber will put your car on the grass and then into the wall. Then full send into the last 2 corners, left hand side over the curb. Even here you can put 3/4 of your car on the outside, and then all the way down to the back straight, to the main straight rather, apologies, to the main straight over the finish line, and that is your 42.925 for Lucas Rode in the Sim RC Endurance by Barminia. Thorsten Dragon sets, as this team is now in the GT3 field, sets in the Honda NSX for now the 3rd time, as Orin Megens for Infelix Racing sets 43.5, and then there is the new pole lap. Here is Russian Rise Esports with Kolosov setting 42.642, obviously first lap, so nothing too surprising that many people are still setting low laps, bunker laps, depending on how you intend it. And in GT4, it's still unknown because nobody still set a lap time. I think the first one will be the 405. The 405 which doesn't set a valid lap time. The 417 goes across the line and sets the first 54.147. 404 now comes over the line. That's Halala Racing. Sebastian Pape in the second place so far. 413 will go over the line for North Racing to set a 54.570. The 402 just behind the fourth club is now on pole, 53.370. Then we got the 409 for Akibua Racing going over the line to set only 21st overall, already getting overtaken by basically everyone. Dennis Nobel put the car in second, which is now third, since Luis Petzold in the Maserati for Dynamic MS Youngstars is now in second place in class. And I don't see anybody that still has to complete the lap time in GT4. So this is the provisional qualifying situation. Matis Krosh is now in third for the Fisher Racing Esports. The Mustang driver set a 42.9. So for now, only 3 teams managed to put the car below the 42 marker. And the Kolosov set as 46.2, so definitely it was a cooling lap. There is actually not a lot of people improving. There is Sean Casa that is behind a couple of cars, which of which one was a GT4, but that's a 12th time for Casa, 44.055, as he goes back into the pits. So possibly Kolosov will go on to put an even better lap time, as at the moment it is a 3 temps improvement. So this could be a 42.3, which will put the distance between Rode and Kolosov from 1/10 to about 4 temps. Situation in GT4 still the same, with Krasov leading the qualifying run in front of Petzold, Nobel and Andre, as the Ford Mustang comes over the line, over the final corner now. And the 42.6 becomes a 42.4. So Bratislav Kolosov now in first place. Hans Meyer definitely improving in the Apex Predator Sim Racing. Can he put the car in the top 10? It is a slight possibility, but the McLaren goes over the line now. And that is now only 14th. For the triple one, 44.0. It could have been 12 for a 44.0, but 12 is exactly 20 milliseconds up front. Situation overall, it's that nobody is improving, not even in GT4. Actually, there is Akiranio for Akibua Racing improving in the 409 Aston Martin. As the Mustang stopped in the middle of the off-track. So now Raunio possibly going for improvement. There is also Herman here for the 112, which still has to put a better lap for Purple Deluxe. That's done Loken, improving by 5 temps already. This could be a very high jump for Loken, who already set a 43.7, which was an off-track, and a 43.8, which also wasn't valid. This time, the time is a good one. It's 11th place for Opus Perfectum, 11th place. As Capdevila is, as it stands, in 19th, he jumps into 14th place. definitely odd situation where nobody in GT4 is improving. Krasov still leading with his 53.3. Petzold behind follows with a 53.4, and then we have to wait another 6 attempts for Nobel to get there, as he is in third, Kanevicki in fourth, and Andre in fifth place. 38 teams at the moment, and possibly, definitely, on the racetrack, as the McLaren unfortunately puts itself in front of another McLaren. That was an Apex Predator McLaren that will not complete the lap time. That was the 111, which is currently in 17th place. Sansmeyer is now back in the pits. Mathis Crochet slightly improving in the bus stop. Already 4 attempts, 5 attempts. Okay, no, possibly it's definitely a glitch lap time, because he is currently improving a bit too much. He's already 1.5 seconds in front of himself, so that's slightly impossible. Maniram, on the other hand, on the other side of the circuit, the last 2 corners, he's one tenth below himself. And so Maniram, from a 43.1, gets a 43.0. 5th place for Maniram in the close quarter racing, as Rodionov is now in 6th place. 42.4 still stands the top of the leaderboard, as Guido Ifagen in the Inflix Racing Ferrari, one of the 2 Inflix Racing Ferraris, is currently in 15th, and Luis Petzold just set the purple lap in GT4. That was a 53.3, and the Dynamic MS Youngstar is now in 1st place in class. Krasov now out on track, has the task to bring back the car in 1st place. Francesco Di Braghi also improving. The 405 for Sunset Outrun gets 27th. A bit of a bad run so far. For the Italian driver, as Petzold is improving by 3 times already. That will put the car into the 52 seconds, as half, well, actually, all the grid but 2 teams didn't even manage to get into the 53s. So this could be an annihilation for the Maserati team. And the Maserati, matter of fact, comes over the line to improve and also to get into the 52s with a 52.9, as Petzold is now 1st. So many Cyprus improving by a single tenth so far. That could be enough to get into 3rd. So Beckman is improving at the moment, but he's still in a very early stage of his lap time. Over the curb for Cypress, the final corner, and this is an improvement for Cypress, Was it enough to get into second? No, it's just for third, so he remains in the second row. Clearly frustrated about it. Third place for SC Endurance by Barminia. As Thorsten Dragon, into the SS, still in the 10th. As Miss managed to put the car in third place in class for Calit Racing Team. Last 5 minutes of qualifying. Apparently, no one is really improving. Maybe Reigns for Apex Predator Racing is going to put an improvement on his Ginetta, although it doesn't seem like it. It really doesn't seem like it. This Ginetta was battling for the lead at Kalani, and now it is battling for cramps in comparison. It's not going to be an improvement. Pierre Wolf still in the SS, but also him still improving. Thorsten Dragon, he was improving in the SS, but he still is on a green lap. It could be enough to get into 8th maybe. And possibly even 7th. And the answer is, it is enough to get into 6th place. 43.1 for Dragon, as the Honda is now in 6th place. Pixel Pilots Mercedes number 410. Currently, it's 6 tenths. Below the 54.4 set in the last... no, apologies, in the first lap. Because the 55.415 was not a valid lap time, as he apparently went wide somewhere. 8 times improvement, it seems a bit much of an improvement, unless they changed the very late stage from a race fuel run to a qualifying run. As it stands, a second being gained means 22nd overall or third in class, and the answer is that he comes over the line with a 54.2. So suspect the time delta was a bit glitched. As the other Pixel Pilot is now behind them. So 26th and 27th for 2 cars. Francesco Iveraki also improving for Sunset Outrun. The good thing is that he set very consistent times, 54.5, 54.3, 54.5. But this is not a race run. This is a quality trim. As he goes over the line to put the car ahead from 28th to 22nd. So third in class for Livraghi, with a 53.652 in the Mercedes AMG GT4. Odin Meggans and Ryan Karabot are trying to set a better lap time, as Kolosov is into the pits and he will remain into the pits. And many other will remain into the pits. All the cars with the blue triangle will remain into the pits and definitely will not improve. As Karabot goes over the line to put the car in 5th place for Project Eversio, overtaking Kevin Manningham for position number 5 as a close quarter racing Mustang is now into the bus stop, but it's not improving. Rodionov for Speed Stars is improving in the Lamborghini, the golden Lamborghini. He is currently following a Porsche GT4, which I think it was Krasov. Yes, it was Krasov, who is not improving at the moment. Rodionov could send the car into top 5 all of a sudden, as Herman is now in 16th place. And he goes over the line to put the car into the main in 8th. So apparently, the improvement was never there. I'm not sure why the time delta is so glitched this time. Nobody else is improving, nobody else is going to set a quicker lap time, so this is the effective grid of 38 for this afternoon's race. 4.5 hours for us all, in which we will see the grid fight for the win in both classes, as both classes have the same importance in the championship. 406 was the last car that had to complete lap time. So now we wait a couple of seconds to get into the grid. Possibly now it's ongoing. Let me just go here. Let's see if it is going on already. So yes, Russian Rise Esports in first place will lead the field, with the CMRC Endurance by Barminia in second place in the 101 Aston Martin, being followed by the sister team, the 102 CMRC Endurance. Fourth place for Kevin Manilam, Cross Quarter Racing, solo driving for the whole 4.5 hours. Matis Kruce and Eric Beckman for Fisher Racing Esports in 5th place in the 105, with Project Eversio and Ryan Karabot solo driving the 108 Mustang. Dragon Racing Team from GT4 to GT3, Toast Dragon starts in 7th, with Speed Stars in the Lamborghini 107 behind. Then in 9th place, Sim Racing Setup in the Aston Martin in front of the Infinix Racing 109 in 10th place. The Dutch team start just in the top 10. 11th place for Opus Perfectum with Gazan Lokan solo driving. Kelly Racing Team in the 114 Lexus with Sasha Whiting solo driving the team. Then Strider Motorsport 117, they will start in 13th place. Second, Infinix Racing Ferrari, this time it is the 113, and it is also in 14th place. Lynx Racing Spain team, Hordi Capvelia in 15th place. Steve Schneider for Purple Deluxe, 16th place. Then in 17th, Apex Predator Sim Racing in the 111, only 17th for them. Sean Casa For Intercomp VMD Sim Sports, also solo driving. And then completing the GT3 field, it is the Strider Motorsport Porsche number 118. In GT4, we've got the Maserati Dynamic MS Youngsters with Luis Petzold at the wheel. Behind, 4 Club with Mikhail Krasov. Then Sunset Outrun, the 405 Series MG with Michael Mies for Cali Racing Team, that put the car in 23rd overall or 4th in class, then 5th North Racing, the 413 McLaren. Tobias Korn follows in the 407 in 4th place. Then in 5th we've got Pro Sim Racing Israel, 27th place for Pixel Pilots with a very colorful livery there, and the second Pixel Pilots will start behind them in 28th place. In 8th overall, apologies, 8th in class, Apex Predator Racing Team and Kalala Racing in 9th. And completing your top 10 in GT4, it is Sim Racing Canal, the 408 Ginetta. And wait, somebody's missing. Yeah, because that was the 408, so somebody's missing already. Pro Sim Racing Israel, second team in now 32, position number 42, and in position number 33. It's a bit confusing now. Riva Racing keeps with performance in 34th, as Celsius Sphere is in 35th, with Upper Deluxe in 36th place, and 37th for Benexians. Wait, okay, something happened, because certainly someone was missing, and it blew up the entire field. So somebody was mixed with somebody else, because now Sim Racing Canal is here in last. But Benexians, okay, Benexians is here obviously, but so the Sim Racing Canal is now last. It was 30th, if I remember correctly, in the grid, so I'm not sure why they are now last. Very odd. It's definitely missing something here. Into the formation lap, 4.5 hours, you can see there. It's going to be a lengthy road up ahead, but Kolosov is the one to beat as it stands. As Kolosov will lead the whole field. For Russian Rise Esports. And the question is, how will it end? The stop time in 4.5 hours. Also remember, 48 minutes stint timer for these teams, so they have to be cautious about it and have to be sure to not get any drive-through for stint limits. They are now going double file at the final 2 corners, so they had the time to hit the tires up. Also remember, the GT4 field doesn't have blankets, so they effectively were with cold tires, and they probably still are, as it's only 19 degrees, the track and air temperature, so the cold tires are probably still cold, and I do expect some interesting moves in that field, but for now we will get our focus on the top 4 in GT3, as we are now about 300 meters away from the green flag. A green light, and away we go with a very nice shot. You can see there from the Mustang behind. The Fisher Racing Esports goes already on the right, and the CMRC endurance of Lucas Rode nearly colliding behind. It was Marius Dreicherg, and Lucas Rode gets the cutback perfectly and gets first place on the spot in front of the Mustang drivers, and the sister team follows behind. That is Marius Dreicherg in second place, with now Valentino Kolosov following in third. Then just behind Matis Kroce in the Fisher Racing, already fourth place for him. Ryan Carrot in fifth, and there is a side by side, double side by side possibly, as the that's the Honda going very wide over the grass, and there is also collision behind. I think a couple of cars were colliding. That was a Ferrari, and that was Jordi Capdevila, and the Lynx Racing losing several spots after going wide. For now, Kolosov is now in third, with Dreicherg in second. It was a very interesting move into turn 1, after Kolosov effectively went wide for a mistake, and again he goes wide once more, and this just opens the door for Matis Kroce, who doesn't use the whole situation to his own advantage, and he remains in fourth place, although you can see already Dreicherg going for the defensive mood of the century, trying to keep the Mustang behind as much as possible, as the sister team is leading the race, but Kolosov on the outside he tries, and by doing so he actually loses the position on Kroce, who gets the inside line into the final 2 corners. Now side by side into that's a huge off track, possibly even attack limit, and that's another position being lost for Kolosov. Now fourth place for Russian Rise Esports, and Lucas Rode already has a second and a half of advantage over the following car, which conveniently is the sister team. And Karabot now has the chance to put the car in fourth after the Kolosov is effectively a bit under pressure. That is now Kroce getting defensive against Kolosov. Side by side for them, you can see the Mustang going for the outside. That's a very important move. Oh, there is a contact between the two, and also behind you can see from the mirror that is Ryan Karabot on the outside that was trying a position. It was actually Alexander Rodinov gaining the place on the hairpin after a mistake between Kolosov, Kroce and Karabot that led to Rodinov getting 5th place from 6th. Now he is looking at the Lamborghini's rear end instead of the Mustang's one, and the Fisher Racing still remains in 4th after making contact with Kolosov. Now he's in 4th, making contact with Kolosov. Very, very good move for Kolosov from the outside. In GT4, Luis Petzold still remains at the top of the grid. Meanwhile, Mikhail Krasov in 2nd, and Michael Mies follows in 3rd, with Francesco Liveraghi in 4th and Tobias Korn in 5th. Although there could be an overtake here for Liveraghi, no, he remains behind Mies, and so he still stays in 4th place. There's also Myran behind that managed to gain 2 places, and that's Close Quarter Racing Mustang that had to go into the pits for a drive-through. Tremendous. Race already ruined for Close Quarter Racing. Drive-through for improper starting procedure. So the first penalty already was on, and he is now trying to get by as many GT4s as possible in the quickest time available. And Karabot trying to think about a move, but that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen behind, as Sasha Wittig is now in 9th place in front of Grazan Loken. They lost the place on the CRT team. Opus Perfectum is now in 10th place. As McLaren behind was battling with the GT4 in the middle. That was Ooh, that is important here. As you can see, Francesco Liverchi going on the outside on the McLaren. No, apologies, Aston Martin driver. This is now in front of the McLaren. Maybe not. As the Italian goes extra wide into the grass, nearly into the McLaren. Tobias Korn gained the position on Liverchi, who is now in 23rd overall. As you can see, Kevin Manelam climbing the stairs in a bit of discomfort. Kolosov here, still third, behind Raishik. The sister team is not as fast as Rudy. So we've got Lucas Rode setting 43 after 43. It was already another 43 for Kolosov, so possibly getting the slipstream is a good thing for Kolosov. 43.497. Already still faster, but not by much. Certainly more than Draishik, who is now defending against Kolosov. Please come for us here on Kolosov's side. This could be a good move for the Ford driver that lost the lead and second place at the very start of the race. But nothing changes as of now. It is Ryan Karabot, Sergei Sebastian behind Rodionov for 5th place, who is losing time on Croce, and Karabot was effectively battling with Croce early on. Guido Rifagen also battling for Infix Racing. The Dutch driver is here in 14th. That was a car going wide. That was Hans Meyer going wide in a McLaren. And that is in fact the Inflix car going by. And the white Ferrari gains the spot. And possibly the McLaren may join the fight. He goes over the inside. He throws the car. And no contact between the two. Very close racing, but the McLaren remains in front. Well, the McLaren remains in front is a very nice argument considering it's two different McLarens fighting. But Sean Casa is still in 15th, Hans Meyer remains in 14th place. In front of the field, Baisav Kolosov is still behind and still trying to get the hands into second place and effectively open the window to get into second, obviously, but then into first. Only 3 seconds up ahead, but only 3 seconds considering it's been 8 minutes. 3 seconds is a lot of time, but I'm pretty sure that Raishik is also playing a bit of a team game with him. So there was contact here, possibly a bomb draft. It was Capdevila going for the bomb draft on Casa, but he remains in. Oh, there is a car off! Oh, there is a contact! Oh, there is a crash, and there's a car off! That is Gazdan Loken and Henri Megans, possibly, that collided. So there was an incident here for the 116. We can see what exactly happened to Gazdan Loken. So was it a mistake? Or was it... oh yes, it was a mistake, unfortunately. Oh, the Inflix just crashed into them. Ooh, that was terrible for the Inflix Ferrari. You can have a look from here. The Inflix car will have a lot of damage on the front of the car, of the bus stop. Yeah, nothing he could have done. And there was another incident, this time between the 111 and the 119. So this was the incident between the two McLarens that were still fighting for position number 14. And Jordi Capdevila made it in front of both of them. Oh yeah, you can see dive into the inside. They were stuck together. And that was the issue. Meanwhile, Draishik is down in third. So there was the overtake between the Mustang and the Aston Martin. And this was the overtake for position between the two cars. Maybe I was a bit too early with the replay. Unfortunately, I had to go manual on this one. But this was into turn 1, and as you can see, it was the Mustang throwing the car into the inside line to then get into second place. Kolosov now 5 seconds behind Rode, and Matthias Kroscher is very, very close to Dreisig. And this is for the podium position. As a Fischer Racing Sports car set at 43.9 last lap around American racetrack, but more importantly, the best lap was also 43.5. So overall, I think Dreisig is struggling a bit. It's not really playing the team game anymore. He is trying to survive at this point. He started in third, and he still is in third. Possibly this will change now, because the Mustang is very good, especially in a straight line, and this is the overtake. Or maybe not. Or maybe not. The Mustang decides to go for the bump draft. Remains behind, doesn't go for a move on the yellow Aston Martin, although it goes now wide, and there was also Megan's losing a place. Oh, Svatko is off. Svatko off in the bus stop. In the Mustang. Here you can see the Stratton Motorsport having a lot of difficulties keeping the car on track. What has happened here to Svatko? The 117. So there was Megan's going slow. I was going slow because of the Stratton Motorsport. You can see there. So it was self-inflicted then. I thought it was a correlation of events. This was just Svatko going over the grass and then jumping around like a rabbit. But this Kroscher is still behind Dreisig, who already lost 2 seconds on Kolosov, who is gaining a good chunk of time on Rode. Last time around it was 2 attempts being gained from Kolosov to Rode, and Dreisig losing an entire second, actually. I thought it was attempts, it is an entire second being lost from Dreisig to Kolosov. Realistically, only 2 cars are battling for the lead at this point. The only 2 cars that managed to set a 43 in the last lap. 43.3 and 43.3 best time for both Rode and Kolosov. And then there is Dreisig that last lap set a 44.2, 44.3 for Kroscher. Now there are all the GT4s in the middle of the way, and they have to make the passes smoothly. And that is Rode going on inside of the last corner, very close between 2. It could have been a contact, but luckily for Dreisig, Kroscher just gave up on the overtake at the very last moment, and there is a crash behind, possibly, as Wittig had a yellow flag popping up on their name. So we'll see if any incident happened. But certainly something happened, as there is a side-by-side there between 2 Mercedeses. That was find what it was. I don't think it was Livagi. No, it wasn't. Here, Tobias Korn and Mikhail Krasov, with Korn that managed to get second place on the McLaren, the 407. And about 600 meters behind Matis Krusche and Marius Drashik are battling here for third. That is a Pixel Pilots Mercedes, so this means they are lapping Dansky. And there is a contact between Karabot and I suspect another GT4. Not sure which one it was. Dive into the inside for Krusche, who is following the car in front, but this time it is a bit further behind. Sergio Sebastian for Sim Racing Setup is still here in 7th place, very close to get into 6th. Karabot doesn't defend the inside, remains on the outside, and also makes contact nearly into the barrier for Karabot, who managed to keep the car. Oh, there's a crash! Oh, and the car is off. Sebastian and Dragon making collision out of the bus stop. And Capdelia also going sideways at the very same spot. Sergio Sebastian is here. There was another car colliding with them. That was Kai Schmitti. So Kai Schmitti, what is happening? Everything is happening at the very same time. So we can go back and see what exactly happened here on the replay. So it was Tosso and Dragon getting involved. This is the one I want to see. So you can see Sebastian going on the inside, making collision with the Mustang driver, then going back on the racetrack, doing a bit of an improper rejoin. And then there was another incident. I think it was this one here. It was Kai Schmitti. So what happened to the Mercedes driver as the Inflix car passed through? Oh, there was contact there, into the grass, into the barrier, and unfortunately into the Aston Martin. So that's exactly what happened. And to be fair, this was also the reason for the contact. Jordi Capdelia tried to get in front of the lower class car, and by doing so actually made contact with them. You can see the bonk here. The 115 was then sideways. Matis Krusche is still trying to get in front of Drashik. But as it stands, he cannot get through it. So we go back. What's happened? I saw a car going a bit straight. It was actually just Ansmeyer losing the position on Max Vatko by going a bit wide, and that was the Mustang getting through. 410 is off. 410 off, and possibly it was a contact with Kobayashi. Pretty sure it was. You can have a look here. So Dan Dansky and a Ferrari going through, and that was the Mercedes for, yes, it was definitely contact, and the 410 was then through off the racing line. as Kobayashi was the car involved. So the 418 for Celestial Sphere, going a bit aggressive on the pixel pilots, and that led to the crash. The 410 effectively bleeding positions, which is now in 37th overall or 16th in class, as Kobayashi loses the position on Prince on the S's. Maybe he gets back in 31st place, apologies, in 11th place or 32nd overall. Still side by side, but apparently he remains in 12th place. So it's a battle for 12th in class, as there is also the battle for 14th in GT3 and for 7th. So a good chunk of players still being discussed at the moment, as the Torsten Dragon, after the contact and the incident early on, is now a bit of trouble. Sergio Sebastian managed to overtake, possibly with a contact, Christian Hermann, and there was a contact, there was certainly contact, and Guido Rifagen now defending against the Honda driver, that's Torsten Dragon on the outside, that was trying the position, but actually nearly managed to lose the position himself, and that is Christian Hermann remaining in 15th. But I want to see the incident between the two cars early on. So this was the 106, so getting involved, Sergio Sebastian, sim racing stop. Over the 112, that was a bit loose on the exit of the hill. Yeah, there was a bit of contact. It was some GT racing for Sebastian and Hermann. As Michael Mies and Francesco Livraghi are battling for position. This is... oh, there is an over... oh, there is a cut-off! Into the wall it goes! Both cars into the wall! And that is Mies now sideways in the middle of the racetrack. How did that happen? As Michael Mies was battling with Livraghi for 4th in class, and now they are both... well, certainly they are both with damage, but one is way lower on the grid than early on, 29th now, so he is effectively 10th. So he went from 5th to 10th miss, and this is the incident that led to the crash. So Callis Racing Team, you can see going on the outside to let a faster car pass by, throwing the car into the inside, making contact, and then getting involved in the crash. You can have a better look from here, from Livraghi's perspective. The first goes over the inside line, you can see here. And this contact, both cars, and went into the wall. Sebastian Pape overtakes Aaron Reigns. This is for 5th in class. And now Pape is in 24th overall. Remember, they are also battling for class position. And Kaj Miti is into the pits now. So either a very early pit stop or something else entirely, as David Andre is now in 37th, so he's not last anymore. But this Scorpion now second behind Drashik, but 7 in front of Rodionov. And as it stands, the 1-0 Pulse race has been eventful, to say the least. Close quarter racing started the race with a drive-through for improper starting procedure. They went through the field of GT4 cars, and now Hans Meyer is off! Into the barrier, that's the McLaren 111 into the barrier. Goes back on the racing surface, nearly making contact with Hans Meyer, another unsafe rejoin. And now it's a bit of a fight as Christian Hermann breaks very early, letting Kevin Maniram pass by effectively. And Maniram now has the chance to get another place. As I was saying, it was a drive-through early on, went through the GT4s, and now Maniram is battling for 16th. Against Hans Meyer, what happened to him? Possibly a mistake in the bus stop. Oh, contact between the two. The triple one was way too close to a crash. We'll see the replay afterwards, as possibly Maniram will throw the car into turn 1 as the night engulfs the racing track. So it could realistically be the overtake for Kevin Maniram as he goes on the outside of the McLaren, braking earlier than Meyer. Maybe trying a different line, but nothing really happens here. And on the very same spot early on, something else happened. It was the incident, but Maniram still trying on the outside. He is literally trying everything, even unknown things that not even the race cars are permitted to do, defying physics. But it's not going to be an overtake for Kevin Maniram. It's going to be a replay. We can go see what exactly happened to Hans Meyer. Was it a contact? Because now it's important to see if it was a contact. So he was behind the Maserati, and then he just jumped into the curb and went sideways. That's what exactly happened. No. Unfortunately, I clicked twice to replay. That was not the greatest move of my life. Especially now because there is a possible overtake ongoing on live. As Kevin Maniram still behind Hans Meyer. As you can see from here, this could be... No, it's not the overtake. It could have been, but it's not the overtake happening. Maniram is really trying everything in his power to create at this point a possibility rather than to use a window. He has to build the window himself at this point, because The McLaren is well positioned everywhere, every time, and that is Kanyeviki making the overtake on the Ginetta driver. That's for 6th place in class, and that is Kanyeviki getting the position done on Reigns from the Apex Predator Racing. So you go back for position here between the two drivers. Maniam at this point could be battling for a top 10 if everything goes smoothly, which at this point is not, considering there is a McLaren in the middle of the way. And always getting very close. Herman makes the overtake on Loken, that's for 18th place overall. That's McLaren going a bit wide, losing 10th probably by doing so. And Hans Meyer once more has to defend, and once more he chooses the inside, and once more he remains in front of Maniram. Ooh, maybe this time it is slightly different. Ah, the Mustang goes on the right, there is contact! Oh, the car is off! Into the wall! Meyer into the wall, face front, and that is Hans Meyer with the car demolished after an unfortunate pit maneuver. We can have a look from it from the helicam. Let me just be sure about it. So we will go for the replay from here. You can see, so we go into the bus stop. So the Mustang was on the outside, the McLaren was defending inside. Oh, yeah, then make a full crash for the 111. So it was another involvement. But it's just a replay, the very same replay. But I want to see from here. Yeah, not sure how to count it, because to be fair, the 111 went more to the right. So let's have a look from the inside of the 104. At this point, it is the easiest way to understand. Let's look at the wheel. If the wheel is straight, it's the McLaren that effectively punt itself, let's say. So you can see, yeah, I tend to say that it could be Meyer just betting a bit too much on the situation and getting burned with it. But it's crucial. My friend saves the join. Yeah, could be. Definitely the earlier rejoin was a bit dangerous, and now this race is possibly ruined forever. And that Dragchik that was stuck behind the GT4, and that was crushing, nearly crashing himself into the right hand side wall. Dragchik somehow remains in third, and Crusher somehow doesn't crash, but he remains in 4th place. But Crusher, the German driver in the Mustang car, and that was also Thorsten Dragon and Guido Rifagen getting involved in some overtakes, this time with the GT4 but also with themselves, as Dragon is stuck. Oh, there is another crash, and this time it is Casa and Wittig with the CRT car sideways on the outskirts of the bus stop, and that is Sergio Sebastian getting 11th place out of it, with Mix Vatko in front. So what just happened here to Sasha Wittig in a 114 car? And that was the incident from the helicam. So it was one after the other. Sasha Wittig on Scarlet Racing team is in front in the Lexus, so you can see. Oh, straight up plowing for. That was very odd. I'll be honest. It was extremely odd, and that is the near overtake for Dragon. I like to see it from the inside the camera of the other car. We'll see it afterwards, as Matic Croce and Toast and Dragon are both on the same scenario. They both have to overtake the car in front. The question is who will do it first. Croce remains behind, so this is Toast and Dragon that may go on the right. He chooses the right side, and that is the overtake on the Inflix Ferrari, side by side into the curve, slight up probably, but Dragon gets the position done. That's 7th place for the Honda driver in the 1-1-0, and give the refag and try to defend. But he didn't keep the position. So he is now in 8th place. Tried to battle for position, but Dragon was better on the offensive. And he is now in 7th place. So about earlier, it was Sasha Wittig getting involved. And with him, it was the 119. So this is the onboard camera from Sean Casa. So let's see exactly how he had a look at the diffuser of the Lexus in front. Straight up plowing. Just very odd. This was Sean Casa in the McLaren number 119. As it says, Gizri Fagan actually didn't give up. Dragon is still there. 2 times up front. Now 1. Now 3. Now 2. No. Still 2. I thought it was going into the 1. Seems like Gizri Fagan got overtaken. And then said, wait, I can still fight for it. And Dragon is actually on the other page, on the opposite page. He is actually struggling a bit, it seems. Possibly it just has to do with the GT Force. At this point, I think Rifagen has a better chance. Behind, Sergio Sebastian managed to get in front of Mick Swatko. And in GT4, there's also the battle here for position. This is Makoto Kobayashi, Celestial Sphere, and Eliad Ben Shitrit for this. As Sasha Wittig just lost a place on Kevin Maniram because he has to go into the pits. Let's go back here in the GT4 field. Shagan still just behind Dragon also, looking at the tower. Oh, that was an off track for the 416, and also Prince gained 2 places. Something, 2 places in one single shot. Akiraoni was already behind Prince, although this train is 4 cars long, and now Prince has to defend against Kobayashi and Benshiri and Ranyo. But more importantly, these two are now one after the other. Vladislav Kolosov and Lucas Rode are battling for position number 1. This is the battle for the lead. And this could be Kolosov getting in front of Rode. Last lap it was a 44.1 for Kolosov, 44.4 for Rode. So as it stands, this could be a very important moment for Kolosov, one in which he can have a better chance towards his opponent in the CMRC Endurance number 101. Quite impressive to see that Maniram, after the drive-through and after all the overtakes and effectively after all the action, he is now in 14th place. And he has a drive-through, so he basically lost 30 seconds. Without those 30 seconds, he could be effectively in 7th place. But the race is still long. There's still a lot that can happen. This time possibly the Aston Martin will keep the gap as it is, but the timer is running out. 48 minutes, remember. 48 minutes is the scene's timer, so the timer will click at 3 hours and 42 to go. But this was a misshift from Rode. For some reason he upshifted a bit early, and now Kolosov has the chance to get into first. This is the car on the outside that we are talking about, and that was a GT4 on the outside, just in the middle of the way for Kolosov that nearly made contact with them. Although they are very close, Kolosov still gained 1/10 on the car ahead. And Rodionov and Karabot are also battling. There was a yellow flag that appeared for a brief moment on Rodionov's name. This was a 107 getting involved in something. We'll see what's happened afterwards. Probably this is the only time which I will have some available time, so let's have a quick look at what happened to the Lamborghini driver. So Rodionov is here. I suspect battling with a McLaren. It was just the car slowing down a bit too much. It was 412. Striking a bit, but now Kolosov is just behind. And once more on the outside, but this goes back to single file. There isn't a car on the outside that stops Kolosov, but also there isn't the outside, since the two were single file on the path towards the bus stop chicane. Korn goes into the pits from second in class, so he goes for the undercut, possibly trying something different on Petzold, who was at the time 20 seconds up ahead. Resinov still here also defending against Karabot. But these two are way closer. You can see a couple of names going into the pits. That was another near miss for Kolosov, who is thinking about making the overtake, but also being very, very aggressive at this point. We still more than 3 hours to go to the end of the race. Both on the inside, both chose to get the inside line, and that was also the overtake between 2 cars. I suspect it was Kobayashi. Yes, it was Kobayashi going into the pits actually. Same goes for Benchidrit. So the two are cool with it, and that is Kolosov still trying to get ahead of the Team RC Endurance. Can this be the moment in which we see the change of placement? It's very close. It's very, very close between the two. The 101 had a very good exit out of turn 1. I have been blinded by the chrome livery. But Kolosov cannot make the overtake here. I would suggest to get the undercut on Kolosov's name, but at the same time, I'm not sure there is time for an no, there isn't. No, it's impossible to get an undercut. Everybody has to pit. Everybody has to pit, so they will have to pit at the very same time, and it's not going to end well, because if Kolosov speed, or rather, if Kolosov doesn't brake in time, he collides with Rode, who will then speed in the pit lane. So effectively Rode will be very, very nervous, because he has to pit while keeping the position, while avoiding Kolosov effectively entering the cockpit from behind. Bit out of lines, and that is all good. No contact for both of them. It's 416. So Benchidrit has a stop and go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So stop and go 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane for the 416. Very unfortunate, as this team was battling with other cars for, if I remember correctly, it was for 10th. But it's kosher. And Jordi Capdevila here, both of them battling for position number 11 at this point. But with the pits and all, still a bit unknown. Is Kolosov already out? Yes, he is. Let's have a look. Where is the Aston Martin? Here is the Aston Martin. And that is, look at this, it is the overtake. Lucas Rode lost the place on Kolosov. And it's very odd, because Rode was actually quicker in the pits. 32.2 seconds. But Kolosov was standing still for 33.4. The difference was in the exit. 30 seconds in the pits for the Mustang driver. 33.1 for the Senior C Endurance. So this was the difference between the two. It was not the pit stop, it was not the pit entry, it was the pit exit. This is how close these race drivers are, and this is Kevin Maniram trying the outside line on Sean Casa. McLaren driver on the inside line now, as they switch to positioning, and now it's still the inside line, but in the bus stop it changes very quickly, and the McLaren remains in front. And that was Casa in well, it still is Casa in 9th place, but this was the battle for 9th place. Now we are back here for 1st place. Orazev and Zenner battling for the lead. This time, the CMRC Endurance by Armenia is in 2nd place as the Heritage left by Lucas Rode effectively crumbled the second he was out of the car. I suspect it had to do with starting the car before Zender was inside. As Orazev is defending, but he chooses the outside. Cuts abruptly in front of Zender, but it's fair game. And these two are still one after the other. Mustn't drive enough has to defend. The good thing is that both cars are with a newer driver. As Maniram chooses the outside into turn 1, he goes out of bounds for a moment, but he makes the overtake. Undecided to say it definitely, because he's still side by side with the McLaren that is now behind. As you can see, the Mustang cutting the door, slamming the door and cutting the way. Yes, cutting the door is very, very cool. Maniram now into the inside line. He defends against the McLaren that collides with Jordi Capderia. That's Sean Casa that narrowly made it through. I think there was contact between Cavalieri and Casa, but he lost the place on Maniram. So this is down 10th place. Cavalieri is barely behind. But Meggans is also now in the fight for position, as he had to repair the car. Remember, this car was damaged in the front of the car because of a contact from early on. They had to remain stationary for 20 more seconds, and now they are 12. Now on the outside, that's Jordi Capderia losing the place. And that is now the Inflix car on the inside. Oh, there is a freeway out of the bus stop, and that is a bit of contact between the two, and that is Sebastian Zender getting the lead out of Orazev's hands because of a Ginetta. It was extremely close between the two, but now Horazev is in 2nd place, and that is Sebastian Zender getting the lead. Done on the 103. That is Sebastian Zender back in the lead for CMRC Endurance. It was definitely a very odd positioning for all three of them. Unfortunately, Ginetta was just in the wrong spot at the wrong time for Horazev. It was the best possible moment for Zender, who took the situation and effectively shaped it to his own meanings. And now Zender is ahead of everyone else in 1st place. But I'm pretty sure that Orazev will do everything in his power to put the pink and white Mustang back in front of the entire grid. Meanwhile, Sean Casa has a bit of an advantage on Orin Meggans, as Jordi Capderia follows behind after losing the position on the hill. And James Julianson overtakes Aaron Reigns, that is for 23rd overall or 4th in class. And in GT4 field, it's a bit different situation in the pits, because Luis Petzold and Mikhail Krasov didn't pit, just went in for a drive-through. Compared to everybody else, except Reigns, the car that has been just overtaken, who went in the pits to put fuel in the car, but not to change tires. Same goes for Michael Mies, who is 28th overall, or you probably understood how it works, 9th overall. Rafael Gregorio, as Michael Mies gained the position on Eddie Howe. That is exactly how it happened. The two cars were one after the other. This is Ida in Eddie Howe that lost the place. That is for 9th in class. This is Hilbert Burger that is just behind the Thorsten Dragon. But nothing comes out of it, and there's also Ori Meggans very close to Sean Casa. But there is also the battle for position in GT4. It is the battle for 5th place. It is between Reigns and Livraghi. Reigns that already lost a place early on Julians, and he lost another 3 seconds, but this time Livraghi cannot get the advantage on the Ginetta driver, who remains in 5th place. So Livraghi had to repair the car. 10 seconds of damage repair for him after a contact with another car early on. I can't remember the car exactly. It was Michael Mears, apologies. So yes, it was Michael Mears, who is now in 27th. That went in the pits just to repair and refuel the car. And that's the 109 of Ori Meggans on the outside of turn 1. It seems like it is a very ambitious but very common place to make overtake in this day of racing. Now Ori Meggans, as Sean Casa picks up as many marbles as possible on the inside line, but this doesn't stop Casa from remaining in 10th place. This is the battle for the top 10, and this is the battle to join it. But as it stands, Meggans still remains out. He's pressing on the door. He clearly wants to join the top 10, and he clearly has the pace to do so. He launches the car into the inside, and McLaren has to go on the marbles, which loses the rear end even more. And that is Ori Meggans on the inside and in the top 10. That is Meggans now driving to get in front of Maniram for 9th place. Behind, Reigns now sits in the middle of the main straight, as Livraghi cannot put the car in front. Rather, yes, he can. He clearly can. Reigns went very wide, and that is now position loss for Reigns, and that is Schneider into the wall. In 18th place, what happened to Steve Schneider for purple? Is the correct car? Yes, it is. It is. For purple delete. Deluxe, apologies. For purple deluxe. Oh, it just didn't brake. We completely forgot to brake and threw the car into the wall. It was very odd. I generally never saw it. He completely forgot to brake, and now he has rear end damage. Oh, he spins again. Oh, into the wall. Pit lane, entry is closed. Now it's open again since he is now in the pits. Terrible situation for Purple Deluxe, as Schneider completely forgot to brake and threw the car into the wall. So Tashi Fredriksen barely behind Matthias Koch. That Aston Martin definitely had a rough afternoon so far, with contacts, damages, sideways moments. Possibly just getting into 14th is already a good news. Fredriksen on the inside line. And he gets a position down on Kosh. That is for 13th place. Although it's not over. Fredricksen chooses the inside line, collecting all the marbles in the world, but he remains in 13th place. And Matthias Koch will probably fade out as time goes on. A battle for 11th. This one is still on. Ori Meggans is already 2 seconds up front and cutting the gap, well, trying to cut the gap on Maniram. Sasha Wittig, oh, he's now stuck behind the Mercedes, unfortunate. As Kassa just lost a position on Kartvelia. What just happened? Obviously, the very moment I go check a yellow flag, something happens. So this was the overtake between the two. Can have a better look from the from the rear wing. Apologies. Oh, he just lost the rear. This is how it. Oh, Dimitri Kreiser. Rapid Predator. So yellow flag for Kaiser. Something clearly went wrong. Into turn 1? How did this happen? Honestly, how did this happen? In triple one. We'll see exactly how, but first let's see if Kassa can get the revenge overtake on Kartvelia, and the answer is probably... well, probably yes, actually, as the Ginetta is just in the middle of the way! And now it's free wide into the hairpin with Jordi Kartvelia that effectively remains in front of Kassa, as he was also involved in the Ginetta undecisive move. But this was the situation early on, so we're into turn 1. Dimitri Kaiser. Oh, he just lost the rear. Oh, and crashed into the wall. Just in front of Herman. Yeah, definitely odd. It's rare to lose the car into turn 1. Yeah, okay, I say it's rare, and then the 6 hour of the Glen happened, and I remember the Porsche just crashing at the very same way into the inside wall of Felipe Nasr. Now into the grass, that was Hilberborg to get the action and to try to get an overtake on Thorsten Dragon, but this is still battle for 7th, and this is still Dragon in 7th place. Matthias Koch barely behind Fredriksen, so it seems like this isn't over yet, and same applies to the battle for 11th, as you can see here. Kartvelia still 11th, and I suspect the opportunity to catch Meggans is, well, evaporated, to say the least. Oh, the rear end! Nearly throwing the car into the wall, and Kassa on the outside of Kartvelia. that corner is an off-camber one, so you can't really make an overtake on the outside unless the corner on the side really lets you. That was Caviglia nearly being thrown into the wall. Instead using the rear end as Larissa Wiggle is battling now with Aaron Reigns, so the idea of going for only fuel for Reigns is not really working so far. Certainly some positions were achieved, but the car is now lapping about 1 second only. 1 second slower than the competition. As Reigns loses the position on a Wiggle. He's now in 26th overall or 7th in class. As we go back to the battle for the lead, because this is Nikita Orzev and Sebastian Tenner. Round number 2 of this battle here. We had some time to prepare, and this is now Orzev on outside that doesn't commit to the overtake. As the chrome livery really is very chrome. Like, I can see it from about 20 kilometers away, but it's a very cool one nevertheless. So how much you need? Actually, I don't. It's not. It's not linked to the SA you have in game. It's linked to the sporting value you have in the LFM environment. So you have to make races on LFM to participate in this championship. There are the lesser long races like the 25-minute sprint races or the 45-minute one in GT3 and GT4. Just choose one of them, go for some races, and then you're good to go. This is the split one, so it's quite straightforward that you have to commit to at least 10 races to get a chance to race in split 1. But there are like 4 splits at times, so it's how it works. But you have everything in the LFM website. That's the main hub in which everything takes place. Now back to the race, as Sebastian and Orzev, after getting close for a moment, they are now a bit gapped with one another. Borger on the other side of the circuit really isn't. You can see here Thorsten Dragon and Hilbert Borger. Battling here, but also Sean Casa and Terry Fidersen. But Casa here is barely behind Fredriksen. This is battle for 12. Any tip? Start with the GT pose. Don't go straight on the GT freeze because it's a terrible idea. Just get on with the GT force. There are races in the LFM website and you can check it out there. Fredriksen now trying to overtake Casa on the S's. The 106 on the outside. Effectively completes the overtake even before the bus stop chicane, and that's 12th place for Terry Fredriksen for sim racing setup. And now 2 seconds in front sits Jordi Caveglia. So Sean Casa lost 2 places in effectively just a handful of laps. As Matthias Kosci also getting closer and closer to Casa. About 6 places up front. Hilbert Borger still still sits behind the Torsten Dragon. This is for 7th place. And technically it's for 6th, since Karabot is only 13 seconds up front, with 3 hours to go, 16 seconds, 12 seconds is practically nothing. But yeah, back to the topic early on. Yeah, start with the GT4s. It's way easier. Everything is way easier because of the setup, because of the racecraft, because of the sheer speed of the cars. You start to understand how it all works. In LFM there are daily races in GT4. You can check the calendar, but it's also one of the series where you don't really need a high value of sport rating or hero, since there aren't triple digit numbers on those races. But yeah, the main tip is to start with GT4, and then when you feel like you're good for GT3, start with the BMW or with no, yeah, okay, no, I stand by it. Doesn't need to be too complicated. Start with the BMW, since it's the easiest car. Learn the basics of setup, and then after that you can get the whole situation, as in all the mechanics of effectively how to drive with the GT3. But yeah, the first tip is to start with the GT4 because it's way easier, and you learn a bit quicker compared to just jumping straight into a GT3 without knowing anything. So this is my top tip. Yeah, I'm not really keen on the tip of just drive close behind the last. I think it's a good idea to start offline, but not to learn how to race, because the AI is not competent enough to let you understand how people react and how people think and how people race. It's very, very helpful, the AI, just to understand how a race goes on, but not how people race. That's not the AI's job. Unfortunately, you have to test it out for yourself, unless you are literally from ground zero, where you never even touch a racing game. But the AI in this game is pretty awful at that. It's not really good to learn how to race, in my opinion. It's a bit better to, I wouldn't say go to the open lobbies, but nearly there. In the meantime, the 413 is off track. But something happened to the 103. Let's have a look. So this is the battle for first. I'm aware of that, but there was a yellow flag on Orazev's name. And was it because of the McLaren up front? Oh, yes, it was! Contact for Orazev that threw the McLaren driver off the racetrack. That was Thomas Brunberg. And Orazev will have damage to the front of the car now. Surely. Let's have a look from the car. So you can see the Mustang getting closer and closer, and definitely way closer. And that was Brunberg off the racetrack. And unironically, that could be the end for the battle for first for this stint. Orazev will have a very damaged front end. And matter of fact, the gap is already 2.3 seconds. It's a 410. Yellow flags, huh? For the 410. This is Pierre Wolf in the Pixel Pilots. And was it self-inflicted? So probably it was self-inflicted. Oh, that's a car going very wide. Over the grass. Jumping a bit. And that's Wolf back on the racing surface. Yeah, it was definitely self-inflicted. Not much investigation into that. Fredriksen and Caveglia were already fighting early on. Caveglia for now managed to remain in front of Fredriksen. But can't say the same about this lap. Burger also very interested in climbing up the stairs to get a better placement. Now nothing happens here. I can't say the same here as Fredriksen and Caveglia battling for 11th. That's now Caveglia losing the place. Or maybe not. Actually, it's Caveglia remaining in 11th place. After Fredriksen once more managed to get in front, but he braked earlier, and that is the strength of the Ferrari. The Ferrari is very good at braking, and that was the difference this time between the two cars. Fredriksen couldn't. Oh, there is a yellow flag. Oh, there is a contact. Oh, there is a crash. Someone is into the wall. And that was Sean Casa losing the position on Matthias Korscher in the 119. So what happened to Casa? There was a contact with a GT4 apparently. So let's have a look. Oh, that's the car just getting tapped from behind, going for a 360. Now the 116 also is off track. Oh, into the wall, heavy into the wall. That is Gus and Loken. What just happened to Loken? Oh, he then lost the rear, obviously, and then sat in the middle of the racetrack. I want to see from the beginning of it. How did it happen? That is Mustang of Nikita Orzev. So he goes on. I think he tapped the curb. Yes, he tapped the curb and then, yeah, he went on for a 720 degrees. That is now Hilbert Borger. But for position, that is also Caveglia and Fredriksen on the very same page. I don't really know which fight to fight for, okay. Yeah, effectively it is like this. But it's very difficult to choose a battle. I think I will go with this one. Oh, the 116 again off track! That was another car nearly making contact. Another one. Please get out of the racing line. Okay, that's now looking back. Running and into the pits, but that was a close call for everybody involved. I'm surprised that nobody crashed into Loken, who is now into the pits. He was literally in the middle of the road without any indications. Oh, Caravot into the wall. The 108 Caravot into the wall. I suspect it was okay, yellow flags, huh? Oh, that's a car demolished. What did that Mustang do to have so much damage? So we'll see the replay in the 108. So I'm waiting involved in a contact, so I may have an idea. As again, Caveglia, this time he defends the inside, and this time he remains in front. So it's the very same script. This was in the last 3 times. So Ryan Caravot The ones. Oh wait, it's not over yet. You can see the Ferrari on the outside, and Aston Martin was thinking about making a move, but he didn't. So this is what happened to Karawat. So he is getting in front of a Mercedes-Benz. Oh, he was heavily involved in an incident. He tried to go for the inside line. Which then was not available anymore. And that's why Karabot is now into the pits. Terrible situation for Karabot. He was effectively battling for a good top 10. It was actually very high in the grid. Since he was just behind them. No, wait, he was in front. Oh, okay, yes, he was in front. He was in 6th place. He was battling with Gamov. And now he will be probably 18th, I suspect, depending how critical the damage was. As you can see, Karabot falling in the tower. Very unfortunate for him. So the battle for 6th is between Dragon and Borger, with Caveglia that is back in the top 10 momentarily at this point, because Felixen is barely behind. As an hour and a half nearly went by, so a third of the race completed. Still a third of the race to go. And now Kevin Maniram is in the battle for 6th, as Ori Meggans contact with somebody. With Julians, so probably some bum draft. Now Dragon not only battling with Karabot again. Karabot, not again. The 108. What happened this time? See Karabot out after pitting. Just went over the curb and it just ended the race. Very odd. I think he just stopped the car. Let's see, maybe this helps. Oh, maybe I will see later on, but it was very odd. As he returned to the garage. Borger now closely following Dragon, but it's actually Maniram going for the mover inside. All of a sudden, it's Maniram behind Dragon, throwing the car on Borger. First try, first success he now has another car to pass, and that is Toast Dragon. This is for 6th place. And remember, this team literally started from last place, as I had a drive-through for starting procedure infraction. So they had to go through the whole GT4 field after losing 40 seconds in the pits. And now it's 7th place for Maniram and nearly 6th. This is nearly a top 5 for Maniram. That is exceptional. Now barely behind. Already going side by side, this time on the left side of the racetrack, going for a oh, there's a contact. Contact between Maniram and Dragon, and that's Dragon losing the rear end of the race car, and that's Borger getting the position down on the Mustang. No, it's not. No, it's not, because Maniram is stuck behind the Honda, so he gets a bit of a slipstream, a bit of a speed advantage, and he remains in front of Maniram. Apologies. He remains behind Maniram. But the Honda is not as easy as it was Borger. As Fredriksen also managed to get overtake down on Capvelia. It was for a contact though. Well, there was a contact between Capvelia and Fredriksen. As of now, Maniram could get position done easily on Dragon into turn 1. And matter of fact, he was actually trying to go for the move out very lately. This is just a build up for the back straight. As you can see, following closely. He was thinking about going on the inside, but there wasn't any available space for Maniram, and Dragon once more remains in 6th. He is very good at defending, and he's not letting Maniram pass. I'd like to go back to these incidents. So apparently there was a contact between Capvelia and someone else, and that someone else may be Fredriksen. So we are into turn 1. That's Fredriksen going for the move, whether Capvelia wants it or not. And there's also then afterwards we saw Capvelia effectively, I think, letting Fredriksen pass by. It's also... So this was also the 108's reason for returning to the garage. So he started to brake, going off the racetrack. Okay, I have no idea. Funny, that is the best thing I can offer, since the event tracker just gives me that. That's the reason. Anyway, now Kevin Maniram and Thorsten Dragon managed to get a large gap on Hilbert Borger, who now has to battle for position with Ori Megens, who is barely behind in the 109 Ferrari. You can see here 1.6 seconds behind. The situation in the GT4 field is also very close, as Loris Wiggle and Francesco Livraghi. Oh, Francesco Livraghi is into the pits in 115. Oh, Cavdelia! Into the wall. Into the wall for Cavdelia. He was alone on himself. He goes over the bus stop once, two. Oh, okay. Second curb. It's not a nice ride. So that was the reason for Cadvelia's situation. Sean Casa and Matthias Koch here battling for position as Evgeny Gamov is into the pits. Whilst Kevin Maniram and Thorsten Dragon still battling for 5th place now. This has been going on for but oh wait, maybe not. It's not going to be long for Maniram gets the overtake done on Dragon on the outside. Little tap, well, more than a little tap. That's the Dragon sideways, and that's the overtake done. Although not in a clean manner, as Dragon lost 3 places in a single turn after Maniram collided with Dragon. Borger and Megens managed to get the overtake done on Dragon. But let's have another look from the rear wing of Thorsten Dragon. Yeah, unfortunately the tap was clearly there. And that's now Dragon into the pits. So many other are into the pits. At this point we've got Beckman stopped on track. For no reason Beckman was stopped on track. And maybe, just maybe, no, okay, no, he's not speeding in the pit lane. But what just happened? Let's hear from the onboard. It was very odd. It's very odd. The car just stopped in the middle of it. Oh, there was another car off. Same it was the 418. So what just happened to the 418? It was stopped on the racetrack even for them. So behind the... It was clear. Oh, it was just a car ending up into the wall, the very same way as in BMW from early on. Kobayashi just threw the car into the wall. Mick Sasko and Jordi Caveglia now battling for 11th place. Sebastian Zenner is in the pits. Same will go for Orzarev. Yeah, Orzarev into the pits too. And Sean Casa, yellow flag for him. 119 into the wall. Once more, Casa having troubles. Same, it was the 119. How did this happen? So first curb, second curb, sideways, that's the cold tires being cold. As there was also an accident between the 105. This is just outside of the pits. So this is a 105. Matis Croce for Fisher Racing Esports comes out of the pit. Oh, yeah, there was certainly contact there. So then now back on the racetrack, and he has an immense advantage on Orazev, who had to stay stationary for 10 seconds to repair the car. Now the gap is 18 seconds, that's a lot. 18 seconds for Orazev. Unfortunately for Rode, it's not enough for Dryshik to get in front. As there is currently the battle for position here. Sasha Wittig made it in front of Johannes Meyer in the STR Porsche, now getting lapped. And that Mustang is the Future Racing Mustang in 4th place. The following is I suppose it's Ryan Karabot. In the meantime, this is a very important fight here. This is a battle for 25th overall or 16 class. The Calvin Racing Team Aston here, the 411, is only a second and a half in front of Tom Winch. The 105, again, yellow flag. How is this car having problems now? As it's also the battle for 10th, as you can see here. Jordi Caveglia on the outside, battling with Mix Vatko. That's for 10th place overall. The Ferrari goes through. And Caveglia gets the overtake done. As the 115 is now in 10th place. So we'll see both situations. As also, Kevin Maniram is now in 12th because he had a stop and go 20 seconds, apologies. So we got 20 seconds. 20 seconds. No, 30 seconds, okay. So we got 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. So after the initial drive-through, this is even worse. So he's back in 12th. And oh, that's Casa again. This time he's in the middle of the racetrack. What happened to Casa? As we will, I'm trying to keep up with everything, but everything is moving very quickly at the same time. So Swatko remains behind Carvelia. Yes, he remains. So I have at least the opportunity to get to the 105 that was stopped on the racetrack. So this was the 105 getting the yellow flag. It's Matthias Crochet. And this is not the same replay from early on. This is another one. And again he has stop. Why did that? Okay, I'm not understanding why that car is having so much trouble. We then have this one here. This is the battle for position between Vatko and Capvelia from a couple of laps ago. This is the initial phase of the overtake action that was never completed. Then we've got the yellow flag for this incident here. This is another incident. Okay, I'm not really understanding what happened, but this is the situation is tense. Svatko remains behind the Ferrari driver. I wanted to see this. This is Sean Casa. So he is battling for space rather than position with the GT4 class. Oh, oh, that's a huge hit. That's a huge hit for the 119. Let's have a look from the onboard camera. What is that? It's again glitched out. Okay, thank you. So Casa goes. Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be surprised if he's into the pits because of his wrists getting demolished the moment he got sent into the wall. If he has a direct drive, I will rule out the fact that he's effectively injured. And the 113 is into the grass. That is Guido Rifagen. The 113, what just happened to this car? The Inflix Racing Ferrari. First curve, second curve, third, miss the fourth, getting launched into the grass. Can he keep it out of the walls? Yes, he can. So after this river of replays, this is now live. And Maia Svatko and Jordi Capdelia are still battling for 10th. Luckily they didn't make any overtake in the meantime. Yeah, Casa is still in the pits. And yeah, honestly, I hope nothing happened because that was a very heavy hit. And it was also by surprise, and I really hope it does have a strong direct drive wheel, because otherwise, yeah, he's not in the lobby anymore. Otherwise, his wrists are powder at this point. So everybody jumps a place. Moreover, luckily, this is not real life, because that crash on the driver's side, you don't want to see that in real life. So, at the very least, this is a sim racing title, it's not real life, because otherwise we will be seeing a red flag at this point, for obvious reasons. So let's go now on the outside, and this time he has the opportunity to complete the pass. He goes on the outside. No, never mind. Forget what I just said. Zaska remains behind Cadvelia and can't get. Oh, that was another door getting slammed in the face of someone else. This time it was Cadvelia slamming a door in front of Zatko. And oh, there was a car sideways there. And Zvatko has to find a way to get in front of the Ferrari driver. So last time around for these two it was a 45.4 for Carvelia and a 45.3 for Zvatko. Oh, nearly on the grass. He actually is on the grass. On the right side of the Ferrari driver. But once more, the Ferrari remains up front. And that's... This is the battle for 10th. It's not even the battle for the lead. This is the battle for 10th. But Cadvelia doesn't really want to give it up. It's getting very close between these two. Oh, that was a Mustang getting a bit loose on the rear, and now there's also a battle for position here between Otto and Winch. It's the battle for 6th place in class. Aston Winch in the Upper Racing Ginetta 406, just behind the CRT Kalt Racing Team Aston Martin. The 411 is very much in difficulty at this point. Can I see the Ginetta getting a bit larger on the screen? Maybe a bit too early though. Storm Winch here. Both cars are on the same strategy this time. They both pitted, they both repaired the car. And I'm starting to see that nobody... Okay, no, someone did go for... No, this is another type of drive-thru. This is a drive-thru for track limits. Only one team chose to keep the... Oh, Sebastian Pape. Oh, Sebastian Pape is in third. Is the car in third? What just happened to Pape for Kalala Racing? Big one here for the 404. It was probably involved in an incident. Okay, I can see the issue. I can definitely see what just happened. Oh, it was just in the middle of the way. And unfortunately McLaren didn't collide with the wall, at the very least. We can have a better look from here. Cadvelia still ahead. And the 415 now getting involved in an incident of some kind. Yeah, the McLaren just fading away in the distance. Marco Lorito. Oh, into the wall for Venexians. And now in the middle of the racetrack, this is not a great place to stop. No, it's just worsening. This is just worsening. And luckily for him, nobody came through. The car is demolished. What just happened to the 415? So I can see the first yellow flag appears about here. No. This is not the correct place. This is another yellow flag. This is just the car sliding around. This is the first presence of the 415 getting involved in an incident. So we are into the S's. That's the Lamborghini. Oh, that's a contact with the Lamborghini. They threw the car into the wall. It was just a chain reaction with the car that was undrivable and ending up with immense damage afterwards. And that, importantly, was the car in 5th place, Alexander Rodionov. As a 414. Sebastian Prince this time around, involved in an incident with a 106. So how is everybody keen on crashing just now? I have no idea why. So we can see here. First contact. Oh, there is a contact there, and luckily there is the grass on the inside line. So the 414 Sebastian Prince is still in 10th place. So now, after what happened earlier, the battle for third is effectively on. Loris Wiggle is barely behind. Why there is a contact? Why there is a contact? These two are... Oh, the Mustang is off! Oh, into the wall, maybe even. Oh, no, no, no. Maybe even against the wall. Makes Vatko. So 117, let's have a look. So into the onboard. So there is the pink and white Mustang. And Vatko just forgot to brake and collided with the wall. And effectively lost the chance to get into 10th all by himself. That was very odd from Zlatko. He just went straight. And it's the third time that this has happened in this race. And it's not even... No, wait, it is the halfway through. No, it's not. 215, so yes, it's not even a halfway point. And already 3 people forgot to brake. Anyway, Kanyuiki for Pro Sim Racing is now just behind the Sim Racing Canal. Sebastian Prince, who earlier on was involved in a contact. But more importantly, this is the battle for third. Loris Wiggle is just barely behind Sebastian Pape for the Kalala Racing. You can see here, let's have a look from the rear wing. That is also Luis Petzold passing through, that is the leader. That is the leader of the race. So Petzold and Krasov are effectively demolishing the field at this point. And there was a yellow flag. Ah, it was Steiner going into the pits. It's now car in 4th, that is the Mustang for Future Racing Esports. I'm more keen on looking behind because I'd like to see a wiggle. Oh, it just gets loose on the rear. Oh, there was a car on the grass. It's probably the Maserati. And now a wiggle is barely behind. And not even behind, now it's side by side between the two. No, maybe not. Actually, a wiggle had a chance, but he didn't completely commit to it. And Kobayashi, yellow flag for him. Oh, it's in a terrible place to get involved in an incident. 418, what just happened to the 418? This is the replay of the situation, so we can have a look at it. So behind there is nobody. Nobody's in front either, it just went straight into the grass and sideways. And somehow wasn't involved in any incident. So Loris Wiggle still here, as Jonas Meyer is involved in an incident. The 118 for Strider Motorsport. This is just becoming a yellow flag fest. In the meantime that we were looking at the 418, there have been 3 other incidents to look at. And now another one. The 113 is involved in an accident. Oh, that's the 118, yeah, definitely going all on its own. So there's a wiggle here. And this is the podium position. But at the same time, they have to look behind because the faster car is approaching. That was the Inflix Ferrari of Stefan Behrens in 6th place. But this could be the position changing between O'Wiggle and Pape, although Pape is probably not happy about it. Not yet. Pape had a better exit. As behind, Korn and O2 are also battling for position. This time it was O2 losing the place on Korn. And we can see the action from this replay. So this is on the heel of the... No, this is on the toe of the boot section. And still nothing happened. Oh, it was the McLaren just going for the dive on the inside. You can see here. That is the overtake. It is also side by side between O'Wiggle and Pape, with O'Wiggle that managed to get the overtake down on the outside, and obviously the very second while there was the replay on. This was how it happened. So we can see exactly how it evolved. So it was a Porsche getting through there. Probably leaving some valuable space. Yes, in fact it was then the Mercedes going on inside and taking advantage of the situation. Remain tried to defend, but ultimately couldn't do anything. And there is now Loris Wiggle in third place, as we lost the Mustang driver. So you can see from here, Carabot is not in the race anymore. And now Pape is in fourth and already a second behind his rival. We can go into 26th place. This is the battle for 10th. No, apologies, for 9th. It's the battle for 9th place. Aquilano for Akibua Racing, just in front of Sebastian Prince, who is in 10th place, Sim Racing Canal, and Kanoviki, who for Pro Sim Racing is driving in 28th overall, or 30 or 11th in GT4. As the Lexus passes by, that is the CRT Lexus, who sits in 13th, Wittig. As Kevin Maniram, ahead of Wittig by 30 seconds, is about to get into the battle for 11th, and their race has been a roller coaster since after getting the drive-through they then got a stop and go 30, and somehow they are still in 12. Just to say how good their race could have been without effectively a minute and a half being lost. Essentially, they were battling for fourth at this point. Maybe even third. Instead they are in 12th place. That's how racing is at times. Sometimes it is a happy and good journey, and at times it is a disaster that just brings terrible news lap after lap. And for Maniram it is one of those days, but he still doesn't give up. Still is in 12th and still runs with all the hopes to get at least a top 10. In the meantime, here Prince is also battling for top 10. He is in 10th overall, in class rather. Overall he is at 27th. And speaking of Kevin Maniram, he is now directly behind Mijek Zvatko, and Matis Krushe certainly made a mistake somewhere, because now the gap between Krushe and Radionov is only 4 times. It was a second and a half early on, and now those two are very, very close with one another. So now Maniram going on the outside, and suspect going for the overtake. in here. Oh, there is contact between the two. So Svatko, as aggressive as he is also good at defending, apparently. He remains in 11th. I honestly thought it was a completed job. And instead, it still is going on. As the CMRC car is possibly... No, that is the car in third, because it's not blinking, the Luminarch. Matter of fact, it is car in third. Rodionov here, still barely behind Crochet. The car that effectively stopped on track for... I think 20 seconds in total at this point, for no apparent reason. Oh, Sasha Wittig, yellow flag. And going slow. But probably no damage for Wittig. Although, I'm very curious to see if it is, like I said, or not. So this is Sasha Wittig for Khaled Racing Team. And the hairpin. Then over the grass. And then there is damage. Certainly there is some damage, but luckily not as much as I thought. And ironically, that could be the tires getting more damage than the car itself. As Manira managed to get in front of Svatko. Rodionov lost a good chunk of time because of the GT4 that was in the middle. The 409. Oh, what is happening there? Oh, there are two cars that collided and blocked the bus stop chicane. That was one of the Porsche. That was Johannes Meyer getting involved with someone else. I'm not really sure who that was. That was a 416. That was Aaron Lipper-Levy. As Kanavicki also managed to get the position down on Akironio because of the situation. Oh, there's another car into the wall, and that was Sebastian Prince. Two cars into the wall at possibly the same time at this point, as Radinov is barely behind Crochet. And now, side by side into turn one, there is contact between the two of them. This could be the situation unfolding, or getting stable. I'm way more biased towards the first option. This could be the bomb that could explode. As there's another yellow flag, this time it's 112. For now, Crusher remains in fourth. Never mind what I said, because he went wide into the hairpin. And that is Rodionov getting the inside line into fourth place. He goes, cuts as soon as possible the outside line to get Matis Crusher out of balance. And Crusher is now in fifth place with Rodionov that gained position number 4. And the 416 is in the pits now because of what happened early on. And now Crochet has to either gain back the place or he will remain behind Rodionov for the time being. Meanwhile, let's see everything that happened. First with the 118. It's a very long list of events, this one here. So this is the 118 that effectively was towing another car in front. Oh, that's the incident there. That's definitely the Ferrari fault, and the 416 was in the middle of the way, and unfortunately Meyer was involved in that. Was that the 110? Yes, it was the 110. That was the Inflix Ferrari getting involved. Then this happened. It was between the 414 and also you can see up front the Mercedes getting the position done. It's like Ibua Racing losing the position. Oh, it was a contact from behind. That's why they collided with the wall. There was a contact. That was the car number 105. This was Matthias Croce. That was Matthias Croce? Yes, it was. So also, I wanted to have a look again at this. But mainly to get into here. Oh no, here the overtake was already done. Then there is another yellow flag. This just happened. That's a 414 getting involved. That's Yeman sliding in the middle of the circuit. Lot of trouble in the... Oh, Schneider, again, yellow flag. This time out of the bus stop. The 112 once more involved in an incident. This is the second time this car has shown a yellow flag. This is the last time it happened. All on their own. Yeah, jumping over the curb and putting the rear end of the race car into the wall. But this was the first time, and it was just a couple of laps ago. Schneider just spinning on himself and crashing into the wall. Or brushing the car into the wall rather. And the 412 also involved in an incident. This time it's Manfred Steiner. Another car into the wall. This is getting very chaotic. All of a sudden, I'm not really sure why there are so many incidents at this point. So this is the spin. This is the spin for Manfred Steiner. He is in 33rd place overall. And this theoretically should be the end of the replays. I hope. Because it's been pretty long. It was a lengthy period of time in which just a chain of replays were going on. Now everything should be stable once again. So Tobias Korn now in 5th place after Sebastian Pape went into the pits. But in terms of pit stops, Tobias Korn is the only one that has 3 of them. Of the car. Oh, okay. You see it here. Of the cars in the top 10. Kevin Maniram. Now very close to Jordi Capdevila. Not even close, he's actually alongside. I really like how this livery becomes a disco ball when it passes in the back straight. It's funny that I'm getting blinded every time, but it's very cool and I like it so much. So now, Maniram still remains behind. Capdevila, as it stands, remains in top 10, but I'm pretty sure this will change now. Probably. Oh, there is a bit of... No! Nearly the wall! Actually, there is the wall! And there is the car into the wall! And that one was step or two into the wall! That was a disastrous move for a two, in which he tried to go on the outer side of the racing line, but unfortunately there were Maniram and Capdevila passing through, and so he ended up into the wall. Let's see again how it happened. Into the onboard, you can see from here, from Capdevila's point of view. Just on that, decided to go on the outside, and effectively the Mustang didn't really have many choices. There was also a bit of a contact between Maniram and Capdevila, but we're trying to bump draft into the S's. Maniram is now ahead into turn 1, he gets the position done, he closes the outside line. Actually there is contact between Maniram and Capdevila with the Ferrari flashing the lights, but Maniram getting the position done, and that is Maniram now following very far away, but technically following Beckman for 9th place. 9 seconds behind Beckman. I'm sure he will cut the gap, and he will also be able to complete an overtake, as Sergio Sebastian and Thorsten Dragon are battling for 6th place. I remember that early on there was a contact between Dragon and I think it was Maniram himself, I think, into the boot section at the heel turn, and Dragon in a bit of a difficulty, and he managed to make back the places he lost. as Barents and the Watkins are into the pits as their stint is over. Dragon finds himself in 4th out of nowhere, but obviously that's because of the pit stop sequence with 2 hours to go. I will take a brief pause just to drink some water and to put my voice at rest for a single minute, and then I will be back with the same energy and the same voice, I hope. No, oh, there is a contact! Oh, that's Source and Dragon! Not even the time to get back, and there is another crash, and this time it's Thorsten Dragon and the 419 in the middle of the S's. What just happened to Thorsten Dragon? Oh boy, that is huge. Let's have a look. That car is also heavily damaged. So that's Thorsten Dragon in 110. Going in front of... Oh, there is the pit maneuver and the car into the wall. Yeah, that's a huge accident. Let's see again, but this time from another camera. So it's clear what happened. The 110 went on to lap another GT4. But possibly close the door. Oh, that's a huge impact into the barriers for both cars. Oh, there's more mayhem happening. What's that? It's two cars in the middle of the way and there is a Lexus involved. No, it's not a Lexus, apologies. It's a Mercedes GT4 involved. It's Kobayashi getting involved in the incident. What just happened here to the 416, 419, the 418? So there was the Mercedes off track, that's the other Mercedes getting spun on himself, and that's then Kobayashi going full send into the second Mercedes. It was an effective... But this was a disaster of a situation. And Thorsten Dragon obviously in huge difficulties. The 110. Again, I would like to see this from this perspective. It was... I can't see the car, unfortunately. For some reasons, it didn't pick me up with the 419, and I selected in time. This one here. Okay, finally. This is it from his performance's car point of view. The right side. Oh, that's a huge hit into the barriers. Yeah, the great one. So we lost another GT3 car. As this is Eric Beckman trying to get back into 4th place. Evgen Yamov is currently in 4th. So we witnessed the worst possible crash in the SS and chicane of Mercedes. We also witnessed... Oh, that's... Oh, what happened there? Eric Beckman into the wall! There can't be a single moment of pause. Well, there was one. That was the one where I was effectively paused myself. But the 105 into the wall for no apparent reason. And again, this car is just having issues after issue. So Eric Beckman. Okay, I have no idea what just happened there. I honestly have zero idea. So it's like the wheel stuck, but his pedals were still working. So he could just witness his contact, not even do something about it. And that was the same car that was stopping into turn 11. at times at random. This is instead Rafael, Gregorio and more Herman. Rafael Gregorio battling for position number 27 overall, or top 10. Effectively, this is for 10th in class. Quella Ginetta remains close as Stefan Buster returned to the garage. The 419. I also noticed something. Sebastian Zenner is going very slowly. 44.6, 43.8, 44.4, 44.2. Then we look at Orazev's time. 43.9, 44.1, 43.6, 44.0. As a matter of fact, the gap has been cut by 10 seconds in the last stint. Very odd, huh? So with under 2 hours to go, there is still plenty to witness. As Beckman is lapping very slowly now. 45.1 in the last lap, 49.6 at the incident lap. But more importantly, Hoogland in the Influx Racing Ferrari is getting there. He is now only 14 seconds, 15 seconds behind Beckman, and can still get closer. Well, as it stands, this is the closest battle we've got on track, and unless Di Lucia in 21st overall or 4th. Oh, never mind, something happened. The 109 is off track. Oh, that's Hoogland. Hoogland has issues. And Cypress also has issues. What happened to the 2 cars? So we'll start with Hoogland, the 109. So this was the yellow flag for Hoogland. As he goes over the curb, loses the rear, goes over the curb, but doesn't collide with the wall. And then we've got Dominic Cypress. The CMRC Endurance by Barminia in 3rd place. Oh, he's getting very wide. Over the marbles, over the grass, but no issues. Knowing where the replay was, I fought for worse, as Buster is back on the racetrack. Dragon is also back on the racetrack, but he's in 16th overall. After staying in the pits for nearly 2 minutes. Compared to the usual 30 seconds. He had 50 seconds of damage. 57 to be exact. And then O2, only 1 second behind Tom Winch. You can see the Ginetta here. This is the battle for 7th. Getting very, very close. As you can see, the Ginetta is having some issues. Winch didn't change tires, but neither did the 2, so they are on the same strategy. And that's a 2 on the inside line. Can he get the overtake done? And the answer is yes, he can. He does it into the hairpin. And that is 24th place overall for 2, or 7th place in class, as Winch lost another place. Number 2 is 21 seconds behind Noble. Julian, so that is now in 22nd with a struggle there. Okay. So the cars that are now out on track, Krasov, Julian's only went for a drive-through. E2, Winch, Raunio, Gregorio just pitted to refuel the car and not to change tires. And everybody else went in for a full service. Oh, Petzold too. Petzold also went into the pits to put fuel only and lock in. Yellow flag, huh? So there was a yellow flag, but I'm not sure why. And Winch now is losing time. You can see 58.4 in the last lap. That's the 2. So 419 again. Very slowly. Oh, the car is already damaged. The car is already heavily damaged. Oh, that's a nearly collision with the leader. I think it was. Oh, there was a collision. But this is the reason for the car. Oh wait, the car is already damaged. Wait, what? How is the car already damaged out of the pits? The car was already damaged out of the pits. Did he go into the pits and never repair the car and... Oh, the car is not damaged. Okay, no, apparently it was just a graphical glitch, maybe? It is going... No, she's going, apologies. She's going very slow. Anyway, now... back to a more competitive page. Nikita Orazev, look at this. What just happened to Sebastian Zenner? Why is the time 48.1 in the last lap? Because now Orazev is only 4 seconds behind. And I can't see anything on the race control. The 101 wasn't involved in any incident, wasn't involved in anything, apparently. But it clearly went very, very slow. 48.1 is not really a competitive lap time. 44.4. So again, then it is not really quick. Something is wrong with this car. I suspect the pressures. Unless it was the contact we witnessed early on. Maybe Zenner slowed down way more than necessary to get out of it safely. Now the gap is, well, non-existent, to be fair. Oh, again getting collected in some GT4 tomfoolery. There's another loss of time, 6 attempts being lost because of that Mercedes. The gap is only 3 seconds now. Although Orazev himself has to get through. Okay, 1. He's already done and dusted. The net gain is still 5 attempts at the moment. As Orazev lost 2 attempts, Zenner lost 7. So this could be the battle for the lead getting hot once again. The backyard of the field, Rafael Gregorio and Moore Herman are also battling. This was the car that was in the middle of the way for the leader. And the reason is because Herman is battling with Gregorio for position number 10 in class. Now with 1 hour and 46 minutes to go. Oh, that was a Mercedes dipping the wheels on the outside and losing traction. And this could be the chance for Gregorio to make it in front of him. Or Herman defends very well into the S's. And Ginetta cannot pass. Oh, nearly into the wall for Gregorio. Slightly over the grass. Oh, very high for Gregorio. So now the gap is back to 1.5 seconds between these two. Obviously the situation now getting calmer. It's certainly more calm, effectively, because nearly 3 hours of racing have passed. But the overall will certainly change. Especially because Orazev is only 4 seconds behind Zenner. Although in the last lap Orazev lost 6 times, but apart from that, it's been a steady gain for the 103 lineup for Russian Rise Esports. This ACC Drive endurance round will end in 1 hour and 40 minutes. I take a chance to say thank you to all of our partners that you can see on the bottom left corner, but also on the website and in the initial trailer. Thanks to them, this everything can exist, and we can have the race with broadcast and also the live coverage for the Pro Series. So thank you to them, to Ghost Setups, to Ksking.de, to SyncMesh, obviously to ACC Drive, which is the sponsor of the championship, and then to Pimax, to Hetner, to Vox1 Racing, to everyone involved in the making, but also thanks to Paddock Legends and the Ghost Setups. Because they also bring price, and obviously to SyncMesh themselves, because they bring prices to the other competitions. So thanks to them, the whole community and this whole program can exist. But moreover, little sneak peek, get ready for something happening in a couple of days, because there could be something happening in a week, who knows? Maybe not, or maybe yes, or maybe I'm just making it up just because I'm funny, or maybe I have all the information I need and I just don't want to tell you anything. So check the website for any possible update on this. And to finish it off, thank you all for following us, even only by tapping the following button or even by subscription on the Patreon, which gives you the chance to put delivery on your car that can be seen on the streams and from other drivers, thanks to the LFM livery tool, but also thanks to the people subscribed to the channel, either to Prime or through the normal subscription. Thanks to all of you that help us, and effectively all these things cost money one way or another, so really thank you to supporting us and to effectively being part of the whole program and the community. That's also why the ACC Drive Endurance you are following and watching right now exists. It's also thanks to you. And if you're not subscribed, well, it's not a problem, just participate to the race, and it's already okay with that, because more people means more battles, meaning more stream time for you. if the field is balanced, there can be more cars battling for position, and that's the case with the Case Kingdom, the Pro Series that happens every Thursday. It's always a bloodbath in terms of physical contacts and incidents, but the fights are on every single week, and you too can be part of it if you are good enough in the races and the SOL is on your side. You can be part of the race yourself, or rather the races, because it's 2 races, 20 minutes and a 40 minutes race, which always bring mayhem and chaos, which makes them a banger every single time. So thanks to everybody, both on the German and the English channel, although I don't think any German is following this stream. Also the Spanish viewers, because there is also the Spanish stream. Not always, but at times there is a Spanish stream. And obviously, as always, if you have any feedback or any advice or any tip or anything you have in mind, there is the Discord in which you can submit your ideas, and maybe they can be picked up by the team being responsible for the Discord and server and the races and the championships and everything, and maybe you can become part of the change you want. So interact with the feedback channel in the Discord, and you can submit every idea of yours, even single class racing, I don't know, single make. Let's make every day single make for funnies, like IndyCar, but better. Anyway, Gamo with yellow flags. So what happened to the 107? So this is what happened to the 107. Evgeny Gamov. So he slips, he loses the rear. Oh, he crashes into the wall! He definitely has some damage now. Luckily for him, it was only side damage. And I'm looking at something nasty. 101 accident. What happened here to this car? Was it only a bump draft? I suspect it was only a bump draft. So he goes on to overtake. Oh, there was some bumper-to-bumper action between the Infinix Racing and Sebastian. And to top it all, it was an incident for the 417 for Moore Herman. Just going straight and losing the rear end of the car. So now 417 is in a bit of trouble. 417, which also was involved in a prior incident. This was the incident in which it was involved. It was also battling with Gregorio in Ginetta. So what happened here to Herman? Because effectively I didn't notice this incident. Oh, the 417, oh, straight into the wall. That's also how Gregorio managed to get the 10th place in class. The 408 Avalon Motorsport. 17 seconds behind Chironio. As there is an hour and a half to go, there are only 2 seconds between Zenner and Orazev. Last lap for Zenner, 45.4. An entire second lost on Orazev because of what happened to the 109. And again, white flag, what's happened there? Oh, in the bus stop. In the bus stop, something happened in the bus stop. As another car was involved, was it? The 103, yes, it was the 103. Also getting involved in some trouble with the GT4 class. Speaking of GT4 class, this is James Julians and Pasquale Di Lucia. So Calada Racing. Oh, that's Pasquale Di Lucia going extremely wide. And is it actually a side-by-side? Yes, it is a side-by-side situation as Calada Racing with James Julians gets the overtake done on Di Lucia. Went extremely wide on entry. Of turn 7. So that's now Julians in 4th place, only 8 seconds behind the Wiggle. So that would be the podium position. And okay, I'll be honest, it's impossible to get into 1st and 2nd unless those two literally crash into a wall, as they are an entire lap in front of a Wiggle. Krasov himself. Petzl is another 70 seconds up front. So the two teams are effectively demolishing the field. As Herman is into the pits. And there is a yellow flag, that's Christian Herman. The one in the GT3 field, in the 112. Nothing happened. And the question is, what happened? So you go on board Team Patrol Deluxe. Over the curve, over the grass. Somehow survives the situation. So Di Lucia, after getting behind James Julians, Lucia is now back at least trying to get back in front of Julians. Although there is a second point 3 now, again he went wide. The very same section. Sloken is into the pits, so that's why Kaiser gained the place. So I don't think that Di Lucia will be able to overtake Julians. Matter of fact, now the gap is 1.5 seconds, so that's definitely off the table. Now into the pits for the Italian duo. Back to second because Orazev is very, very close. See the gap is now only 2 seconds. Remember it was 17 seconds at the start of the stint. So with 90 minutes to go, this is basically becoming a sprint race. Because it's nearly 9 PM. (20 to 9) to be exact, CEST. So probably it's dinner time, so for some of you, well, for very few of you, considering dinner time at nearly 9 PM, it's very Spain / Southern Italy dinner time. The northern, the earlier, I know that some, like, Germans eat at 6. That's usually when I have an afternoon snack. I couldn't eat at 6, it would be tremendous for me. I would really hurt myself. Like, the entirety of the sun in the hood. It's a bit too bright at times. Especially considering it's night. The entire power of the sun on the hood is not really a good thing. I hope it's just because of this perspective and not on the driver's POV, because otherwise it would be quite annoying lapping every single car, having the entire power of the sun in front of your eyes. It's, from what I remember, not a cool feeling. Maybe because outside it's nighttime, so the contrast is high, and eyes don't like high contrast. Eliao at this point is only 7 times away from overtaking Yeman. No, Ileman. Apologies. I think it is Ileman. So it's the battle for 30th overall, which translates to 14th in class. Evgen Gamov is now in the pits. Now it's going to be interesting to know how much he has to repair, and if he will repair the car, which is not certain, because it was a side damage. It's not really impactful. Like, it obviously ruins your race pace in some ways, but it's not really critical, let's say. And that's the overtake from the outside from Eliao, with Ireman losing the position on the last corner. It was a very nice overtake from the outside there for the white Mercedes, for Idan Eliao. That was Pro Sim Racing getting the position done on Sim Racing Canal. Now back to this one here, because Crochet is barely behind. No, never mind. He's now barely in front of Gamov, that just came out of the pits, and this is effectively pole position because Crochet is now back in front of Gamov, who repaired the car for more time than Crochet did. 47 seconds in the pits compared to 53 seconds in the pits for Rodionov. And now Future Racing Esports is back in 4th place, unless Hoogland becomes a god in the next 2 laps. That, because I think he has to gain something about around 10 seconds. It's quite unlikely for it to happen. Thinking about it, the repair was 17 seconds for Crochet. So maybe actually Hoogland could be in 4th. We'll know in few laps. Meanwhile, Oradev and Zenner take 3 of the battle for the lead. 4 times only. This is getting closer. Remember that Oradev is the quickest car on track, legally speaking, because the best lap for Zenner was a 43.7, but it was an off track. So this is the battle for the lead. And RSF is literally meters away to get the lead with 90 minutes to go. I'm quite happy that these 4.5 hours is being so eventful. I will always say that Watkins Glen is one of, if not the best American racetrack. As the 401, a yellow flag. What just happened to the 401? Okay, it's faster going into the pits. Although the 410 is involved in an incident in the bus stop. So another car goes on the grass. This was Pierre Wolf in 11th place in class. Last lap around 44.2 for RSF. 44.9 for Zenner. This is something going on with the car, because RSF is miles ahead in terms of race pace for no apparent reason. And that is now Zenner going on inside. Can he defend the position until the next pit stop, where the problem will probably be solved, or will he lose it even prior to that moment? The 101 is still ahead, closes the door, not entirely, but enough to keep RSF behind. Now into the left hand hairpin, where many spun or went straight or simply went into the wall, where every single incident that could have happened so far. And then into uphill section. This is still there is still a long way to go, obviously, but as of now, having track position is extremely important, especially in Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen is one of those tracks that you really want to be ahead, even if you're slower. It's easy to defend if you're good at it, and Zenner is proving it. He's definitely proving it for us all. Now they are both a few minutes away from the steam timer being over. Many teams already went in for their 4th pit stop, but a good chunk still hasn't. And in those cars that still haven't pitted, these two are part of the club. Remember, last time RSF managed, well, RSF's team, because I can't really remember who came out of the pits. I think it was actually, yes, I think it was, okay, I'm quite sure it was Kolosov. I'm not entirely sure, but anyway, the Russian Rise Esports team managed to gain the position number 1 by pitting and coming out of the pits earlier than CMRC Endurance. Even if the CMRC had a better pit stop, this is important to remember. Now, take 3 of the battle for the lead. Will it be the same, or will Russian Rise have a better experience even prior to the pit stop phase? Last lap it was a very slow lap for both of them, 44.5, 44.7. Probably this one will be slightly different, but not so much. It's effectively the CMRC car slowing the duo down. Into the SS 2, 3, 4. The gap is still 4 times only. Situation in GT4 is stable now. It's not really that defense from early on. The same goes to the entirety of the GP field. Effectively, the only battle at the moment is this one for the lead. That was then going a bit wide. Oh, that's the Mustang going on inside. Can he make it into the hairpin? No, he cannot. He tried to make it in turn number 6, but he wasn't able to do so. Selection of the grass into the exit of turn 7 into 2, and then we go in hill, turn 8, and that's another dive bomb for the Mustang driver. This time it goes with a contact. Oh, there's a crash, and the Mustang is colliding with Aston Martin. Both cars sustain some damage, but for now Zenner remains up top in position number 1. There is a Mercedes-Benz. Oh, in the middle, and there's another contact. This time it's Orazev and the Mercedes number 419. I suspect it was a 419. Yes, it was a 419 getting involved. And now the gap is back to 1 second. So there was contact between the two, between the 103 and the 101, and this was the incident from the outside camera. So how it happened? This was the Mustang going for the dive bomb on the inside line. Contact between the two with Aston that nearly lost the car entirely. Luckily, Orazev was just there, acting as a sidewall. But I'm pretty sure that both sustained damage and both will not repair the car. So now it's just a challenge of who had the less damage. Probably it comes to the Aston, since Orazev made a second collision with the MG GT4 afterwards. And moreover, it was a front to side contact. So ultimately it was Orazev having more struggle. That's another grass moment. Another journey over the grass on the outside for Orazev. And the moment the situation remains calm in the timing delta. 1 second was the gap, 1 second remains the gap. That's maybe so. That was very close. Orazev nearly colliding with Zenner, as Zenner braked way earlier. Maybe Orazev sped in the pit lane. That's the main issue. It was very, very close. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look, as I like to be sure about it. So we go into the onboard. It was close, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure. It was a bit too close to the line. Loken and Bunch batting for 14th place. This is the Aston Martin going first on the left, and then on the right. And on the bus stop, it's side by side. Neither of them make contact with one another, but Bunch remains ahead. 14th place for Niels Bunch in the Stratton Motorsport Porsche 118. Now they're both out, and Zenner lost the place. Once again, it is Russian Rise that gained the position on the Aston Martin in the pit lane, but this time it was Zenner's mistake. 35 seconds in the pits. So this means that he missed the pit box, and Kolosov, now driving, also managed to cut another second coming out of the pits. But to be fair, it could have also been... Oh, there's a yellow flag. Oh, that's looking sideways. So 116, not really having a good time. What happened here to the two cars? Really, it was the battle for 14th. It's in turn 8. Oh, it was a dive bomb, a failed dive bomb rather. That was the Aston Martin then getting the worst end, going sideways and losing the position. So now Lucas Rode will have to gain back those 3 seconds. And I'm not really sure how. Well, there is one way. It's going quickly. For it. Since only 75 minutes remain. He has to be fast. He has to be fast. Because this could end in a terrible way for CMRC after effectively 3 hours of racing, 3 hours of being ahead. It could be the overtake that changes the narration of the story. 3.6 seconds. The gap is getting larger. Anyway, this car was already going slow. And I hope it was for something related to maybe the tires being on a wrong pressure or something. This is something happening. This is Max Vatko and Sasha Wittig switching positions. So the McLaren was in the middle. That was a GT4 car in the middle of the sandwich. And that's Vatko still on the outside trying to keep the position number 11 for himself. Although Wittig is back in 11th place. That's CRT team. Well, Khalid Racing Team is completely useless to say CRT team. There's a CRT in 12th now as Vatko is back in 11th place. Still not over as Wittig is now in 12th. But he's certainly very keen on making another move on the Strider Motorsport Mustang. There's one behind. Oh, it's on the inside, and there is a contact, there is a crash. Both cars are sideways. One of them is also on the grass. That's Wittig gaining the position in the worst possible way for Svatko. So probably he will also retaliate. Or maybe Wittig will do the correct thing and give back the position. It was a dive bomb that ended in a terrible way. Now Svatko is back in 11th. There was also contact for the 103, I suppose with a GT4, but I'm not sure which one. We will see afterwards what happened, as Vatko is still defending against Sasha Wittig. This is for 11th place overall. Oh, speed maneuver into the wall he goes! Svatko is in the middle of the straight. As it backs down. And that was Wittig and Svatko. Disaster for the two of them. Terrible situation. Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look from Svatko's rear wing. Oh, yeah, it was... I think it was Svatko going... in the middle of Wittig's line, to be fair. There is now 20 seconds gap between Svatko and Wittig. With Svatko that effectively has a demolished front end. Let's have a look again at the incident. But this time from the helicam. So you can see the Strider Motorsport car that first goes on the outside, well, not here obviously, but first goes on the outside, you can see here, and then the fence, oh, it's a bit difficult from here, it's very difficult from here. So this is Sasha Wittig's point of view. Let's see the wheel. Don't think it goes to the left, but let's see it anyway. It was on the left, but it was to avoid Svatka, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was... I tend to say that... that it was on Svatka. I'm not fully sure. It seemed like Svatka was going on the right. Well, there's only one way to say it. Let's see the wheel. Oh, please. Let's see the wheel. So he goes to the left, and he changes the idea, goes to the right. Yeah, you can see the wheel. He kept going on the right. Nothing that we think could have changed. Apart from non-existing there. And there was this instant. Let's see, it was the 103 getting involved in a contact. This is the leader, remember? How heavy was it? Not much. Probably not much, yeah, not at all. It was just a door-to-door action, nothing to worry about. As Dennis Nobel was early on battling for position with Sebastian Pape. Unfortunately, the battle happened. There was also the battle for position in GT3. But apparently it was a very quick one since the position changed instantly. Today's Nobel is now in 4th place for Buchholz's racing team. Oh, 69 minutes to go. And the Vladislav Kolosov is still leading the race with Lucas Rode 6 seconds behind. And losing time, that's a lot of time being lost. That's a disaster. 44.7, 44.4, 44.2. Let's see the comparison with Kolosov's times. 43.2, 43.6, 43.4. 1 second per lap. What's happening to the 101? All of a sudden, this team is losing a second per lap. I wonder if it's some damage that had at this point to be repaired. But it's way too late to repair the damage at this point. Well, they could if they have damage, but honestly, it's a very slow rhythm considering that they had a way better pace early on. Very, very strange. In the meantime, that there aren't battles, well, for now, considering that things change so quickly here, we'll go through the field from last to first in 35th place. Nicole Sani for Kisbet performance ends the grid. Roy Naxol for ProSim Racing is in 34th place. 33rd for Celestial Sphere, with Makoto Kobayashi driving the car at the moment. Manfred Steiner is driving for Team Purple Deluxe in the 412 Porsche Cayman. 31st place for Thomas Idaman for Sim Racing Canal. Idan Eliau for ProSim Racing is in 30th place. Felix Wildner
is driving for Brixel Pilots in the Mercedes 410, 29th place, which translates to 10th overall. Thomas Brunhuber for North Racing, 28th at the moment. Rafael Gregorio in 10th place, apologies. Wallner is in 12th place. Gregorio is in 10th place in class. So this is the top 10 for Arlan Motorsport, and then climb the field as there is... Oh, that's Kevin Mayram. I will have to interrupt. The journey through the field, since Mayram is extremely close to Riff again, all of a sudden, well, Mayram is effectively lapping 2 seconds per lap quicker than Riff again. And it's tremendous to see it because, oh, there was also Mike Swatko getting the overtake done on Hans Meyer for position number 14. As Swatko just came out of the pits to put fuel only. Slight tap between Meyer and Swatko. And Mayram here, that's for 8th place in class. Managed to lap into the 43.7. So yeah, I really think that Mayram had the chance to battle for the podium at this point. Certainly he will be in 4th. 100%. On the outside, on the S's. Slight contact there. Mayram on the outside. Riff again on the inside. Can it be the pass? No, it cannot. It's not. Now, oh, there was a car going a bit wider. It was a Mercedes AMG GT4. So Riff again for now is in 8th, and he remains in 8th place. As you can see, defending as much as possible on Mayram. But I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of time for the switch, unless Mayram gets another penalty. I remember Mayram is in 9th at the moment, but he also earned a drive-through and a stopping of 30. One for improper starting procedure, and the other for track limits. As oh, there is a contact, there is a crash, someone lost a place. That was Dennis Nobel. This is the place on Wiggle. What happened to the 407? Let's have a look. And Nobel, he was in the podium spot. He is now in 4th place. That's what happened, I guess. As this was Riff again losing the position on Mayram. Now Mayram has to climb back 12 seconds to get in 7th. Which is highly possible considering Maniram can lap into the 43s. It's difficult, but 12 seconds in 1 hour is not impossible. So I'd like to see back the move. No, this is already too late, unfortunately. We just go back another bit. So this is effectively the move for position for Maniram. So the Ferrari going wide on exit from turn 1. And ultimately, that was Maniram getting the position number 8. So now Maniram has to gain 12 seconds to get at least 7th. I'm very doubtful he can get 6th, but it's not impossible. It's obvious that with a minute and a half less, he will be in a way better placement. He will be a lap ahead, and effectively, he will be in 3rd at this point. Okay, he will be, no, not in 3rd, but he will be about 5 seconds behind 3rd place. But unfortunately, he's just 8th at this point because of the penalties. But at least he gave us a great show to look at. A double comeback. So close quality racing effectively having 90% of the coverage so far with their passes. As Niels Busch here, the Strider Motorsport Porsche is only 1.3 seconds in front of Loken. The last lap, Loken managed to gain half a second on Busch. This would be the battle for 12th place. Only 1 second between the two. There's a gap for the lead. I had a quick look, and it's not going to close. So unfortunately, oh, there is a cut-off. Oh, that's Watko again into the wall. After a great race, everything crumbled down, and now he is in 15th with damage that has to be repaired. So was it because of a GT4 or was it on himself? Oh, he had to brake because of the Lamborghini ahead. Unfortunately, he is now in great trouble as Torsten Dragon overtakes him. So this makes Svatko the second to last in the grid. And remember, he was effectively batting for the top 10 early on. So not a great race for Svatko so far. Loken barely behind Niels Busch. Strider Motorsport Porsche is now in 12th. but I think it's going to become 13th in some time. The Boxster engine is honestly one of the best to hear. Unfortunately, it's muffled. It's not the RSR unmuffled version from the GTE, which is effectively now a dead class. Because of its high cost and little popularity. Apart from being IMSA and WEC class, it really didn't have much to offer, and in the end, even those two classes, which were specifically GTLM and GTE, became GTD Pro and LM GT3. The GT was great, but it was way too costly, and at the end it imploded when only a handful of cars were present every time. Although in IMSA it was always a banger, considering it was a fully pro field every single time. Factory effort for Porsche, Aston, at one time Ford. And that's Francesco Di Vraghi into the wall. What has happened to the Italian? For Sunset Outrun. So he goes on to the curb. Oh, he lost the rear. Oh, he lost again the rear, went into the wall on the right, and then the one on the left. Disaster for the Italian driver. And this Bush in the Porsche, of which a newer version just came out a couple of days ago. Apparently it's nothing too exaggerated aesthetically. It has an effective air vent over the wheels, over the front wheels, and a couple of different aero bits, but ultimately the real difference is in the cooling and in the exhaust, if I remember correctly. But also the air vent on the upper part of the wheel arch should help the car become even more competitive. Meanwhile, the Aston Martin here, which is also the older version, which it doesn't, the version that doesn't have the modified rear bumper and the larger lights. They are different from these thin ones. The new Aston headlights are more like fisheye headlights, close to the Porsche's one. The Porsche is still defending against Loken, as we are now only 52 minutes away from the end of the race. Loken's last lap, his time was lower than Bunch, 45.9 for Bunch, 46.1 for Loken, and is a car exiting the pizza. That was the 418 Makoto Kobayashi. And now Loken has a way better exit out of the SS. Comes out of it quickly and gains the place instantly on Niels Bunch. This was the perfect run up the SS. And Loken is now in 12th place, 60 seconds behind Wittig, so probably this is the last overtake Loken will be able to accomplish, unless something happens in the next 50 minutes, which something happened. There was a cut-off. That was a 418. So what happened to Kobayashi? Just out of the pits. Into turn 6. Oh, he just went straight into the wall. So Kobayashi has now even more damage. In the meantime, after this overtake has been completed, I think I will go back to the journey to the field. As we were here, I think it was, yes, it was Aki Raunio in 26th overall. It still is Aki Raunio in 26th overall for Aki Bua Racing. Aaron Reigns, 25th overall, that's 8th place in class. Michael Miss for Cali Racing Team, 24th overall, 7th in class. In 6th place, Francesco Livraghi for Sunset Outrun in 23rd overall. 5th place for Sebastian Pape for Kalala Racing. Zileman. Oh. Zileman into the wall. Into turn 8. So not really the most usual place. So he gets overtaken. Oh, no, never mind, there was a contact. There was a contact from the 408. Okay, I think from the Ginetta. So that's a Mercedes going a bit slow. Oh yeah, that's Ginetta definitely getting a bit too quick in the turning phase. So Michael Miss in 24 overall. I was at Sebastian Pape for Kalala Racing in 15 class. Dennis Nobel for Bushels Racing Team sits in 4th. Lorenzo Wiggle in the podium place. Number 3. 20th overall. And an entire lap ahead. Mikhail Krasov. Second only to Luis Petzold. Ford Club sits a minute and a half behind the dynamic MS Youngstars, leading the race and effectively demolishing the field. And we've got in the GT3 field Team Purple Deluxe 112 in 17th place. Makes Watko still with a damaged car, goes into the pits. That's 16th place for Svatko. Tossen Dragon for Dragon Racing Team, 15th for him. Asmayer, 14th for the Apex Predator Sim Racing. And we got the duo from early on, Niels Bunch for Staten Motorsport and Gazdan Loken for Opus Perfectum, battling for 12th. Sasha Wittig sits in 11th place for Calit Racing Team, and Jordi Capdevila for Lynx Racing Spain Team in 10th place, Guido Rifaghi 9th place for Inflix Racing, Kevin Maniram, Cross Porter Racing in 8th place with Sergio Sebastian for Sim Racing Setup, 7th place, behind the... oh, yellow flag. Not sure why. Oh, that was Divagi coming into the pits, that's why. Ori Meggans in the Inflix Racing Ferrari sits in 6th. Alexander Razionov for Speed Stars in the Lamborghini number 107. 4th place for Matis Kroos, Fish Racing Esports Mustang. It's not a BMW, apologies. Mustang sits in 4th with the first of the two Simmercy Endurance by Barminia. The 102 sits in 3rd. The 101 sits in 2nd. Lucas Rode is driving the car at the moment. Leading the race, Vladislav Kolosov for Rush and Rise Esports. Mustang started the race in 1st, lost 2 places instantly, and then after a while gained back the lead. This time I think he will remain there until the end of the race. Gazan Watkins doesn't seem to get away easily. As he goes into the pits for the final time. This leaves me with a question mark. What happened early on between the 405 and the 115? There was a yellow flag. It was Francesco Livraghi and Jordi Capdevila getting involved in this. Oh yeah, that's what happened. A bit of confusion between the two because the Italian wanted to go in the pits and the Ferrari was a bit too heated up into the corner, into turn 11. In the meantime, I will leave you for 2 minutes in Vladimir Kolosov's car. A little pit stop for me, and I will be back in 2 minutes time. So now we are into the pit stop phase. So many are going into the pits to change the tires for the final time. I want Thomas Brunhuber and Rafael Gregorio are also battling for position, although Brunhuber went in the pits 6 times, which one was for a drive-through. But for now he remains in 11th place, just behind Gregorio. The gap in the lead rose to 17 seconds, so at this point I'm pretty sure that Rode is just bringing the car home. I'm still quite confused on how that team lost so much time in so little time. It was a little cliff. Early on they were going on the 43, 44 on a regular basis, and then after the third pit stop, the car became bland, dull, not sure how to say it, but there wasn't really the same team as early on, and the first place simply faded away. And honestly, it was a very odd thing to see. It's like the car wasn't performing the same way. Although it's not damaged, I don't think it's damaged. I mean, if they repair the car, that would be a good explanation, but if they don't, I'm going to be quite unsatisfied with my own answers. It says something stopped working, but I'm not sure what. All of this, and teams went on to create a great race. So far only 38 minutes remain, and it's been quite eventful. Only now we are starting to witness less action, but after 4 hours. So this is just to say how close the field is. Meanwhile, you can see the overtake here. Oh, into the wall! And then into the grass for Brunhuber. That's Rafael Gregorio losing the position. Or maybe not. Oh, that's the McLaren back into the racetrack, but behind Rafael Gregorio. So there was another yellow flag. This time it was again, this point sad to say, but without any surprise, the 419. And this was the reason for the yellow flag. So what happened to them? Oh, it's straight up into the wall. And then with a spin. No, not spin. But actually, simply in the middle of a mistake. And there was another incident. This time it was between the 405 and the 115. Just Livraki getting involved with a Ferrari behind. That's the Spaniard. And once more, it was the two teams getting involved with one another. The Spanish team that had to go to the outside. Also with a white flag, but possibly it's just because of blue flags, although Kobayashi is with a yellow flag. Karin, oh, that's because he went into the pits. Aokirani also into the pits. As Felix Wilner comes out of it. Remember, this is the last pit stop, so anyone coming in will do so for the last time, theoretically. And Brunhuber still behind Gregorio. And this is the battle for, well, not 10th anymore, but it still is, after you consider for pit stops. Although, I'm quite sure that Brunhuber already went into the pits, as long as McLaren gets the overtake down on Rafael Gregorio. This is now 26th overall for Brunhuber in the North Racing McLaren. 9th place for the German here. And Hans Meyer, the yellow flag, oh, into I think it is, yes, it is again the hairpin. It's turn 5. Oh, this seems to be involved. Triple one. So there's a Porsche up front. In the bus stop we go. Still is the, oh, he had to go through the grass. Oh, he tried to go through the grass. And nearly crashed with the Ferrari behind. The result a drive-through for the 403. Oh, that's a big one. So there is a wiggle. Drive-through for exceeding track limits. So in third place, it effectively, I'm pretty sure it is Tobias Korn. As James Julians and Loris Wiggle both had to go through the pits for a penalty. Well, Julians had to do it a long time ago, but Wiggle's penalty effectively promotes Korn back to third place. Oh, Brunhuber! Yellow flag, 4-1-3. So what happened to Brunhuber? Suspect something from behind. With the Lamborghini coming hot. And the Porsche too. As Lucas Rode? Oh. Oh! Okay! Okay, that's an interesting idea. Lucas Rode went into the pits to put fuel in the car. And yeah, why not at this point? So they are trying now to get the tactical strength rather than the performance alone by just putting fuel. So it's effectively a Hail Mary at this point, since the gap was about 17 seconds prior to the pits, and they have to keep those 13 seconds for 30 minutes. Relative colors of into the pits. Will they follow, which is highly possible, or will they stick to the usual is a very interesting thought for the leader of the race. So Lucas rode only 9 seconds in the pits, as Dreisig kept the same strategy, so changing tires to avoid Beckman, who is on the other side of the circuit. So not exactly the major implication for Dreisig's race. I'm pretty interested. So yeah, 17 seconds. So even by stopping earlier, Rode had to stay still for 9 seconds, Kolosov for 17. So it was effectively a Hail Mary, but honestly it would have been better to do it after their opponent. They either were at the edge of the stint limit timer, but I would have done it after the Ford team. I would have done opposite of them, regardless of their choice. Because at this point going for newer tires would have been a better idea. 20 seconds more, so 43 seconds that had to be gained in 28 minutes. Obviously pretty much impossible, but just try at that point. Ooh, Nicole Sunny again, yellow flag. What's the matter now? Was it a contact with someone else? So just to let other cars pass by. So Evgeny Gamov only 6 seconds behind Beckman. .5, so as it stands, the Future Racing car is creating the gap, rather than losing it, but there is only one lap after the Future Racing's pit stop. Gamov's lap times have been the same, 44.7, 44.5, even a 45.5, so possibly that's a Future Racing keeping fourth. Francesco Di Vraghi on the other side of the grid. So I had to go for a different tactic compared to the rest of the field. Tobias Korn, James Julians changed tires. Loris Wiggle, well, was obliged to go through the pits, but I suppose he also went in to change tires early on. Michael Mies and Aaron Reigns didn't put fuel, so they never stopped. They never stopped, and they just passed through the pits. And Livraghi lost those 2 places. Well, to be fair, already won. Michael Mies was already in front of Livraghi. So Aaron Reigns remains the only affordable objective for the Italian driver and the lineup. So what happened to Kevin Maniram? Well, he had a drive-through at the very start of the race because of improper starting procedure, and so he had to crawl back from the literal back of the field, had to go through the whole GT4 field, half the GT3 field, then received a stopping of 30 seconds penalty. So he had... Oh, there is a cut-off! That's Kevin Maniram! Getting involved in an incident with a 405. That was Francesco Livraki. Never mind. Yeah, next question, I guess. Yeah, Livraki off. What happened there? Was it self-inflicted, or was it... Oh yeah, that's how it happened. That's pretty self-explanatory. And that's now Livraki with a lot of damage to the car. See from Maniram's on board. So yeah, after a stopping of 30 seconds, this also happened. The car getting thrown into the wall. So don't be surprised to see another penalty, but this time a post-race penalty for Maniram. This hasn't been his race, that's for sure. And now Livraki has to go back into the pits to repair the car. Raunio overtakes Livraki, and possibly even Grigori will be able to do the same. Depending on how heavy the damage is for Livraki, which honestly the answer is yes. It's going to be quite heavy on him. And that's now Gregorio passing through. Will Andre be able to overtake the Italian? Or will Livraki be able to at least keep the position? No, the answer is definitely no. Still in the pits, huh? So, next car is Felix Wildner for Pixel Pilots. So Livraki is still in the pits. You can see him. So not even Wildner will be kept behind. Now, okay, I don't think Herman will be ahead, so that's Livraki losing in total 4 places. No, 5 places, apologies. No, 4, 5. It was 25th. He's now in 29th place, so yes, 4 places. For some reasons I counted Michael miss in front of Livraki early on, but it was still Reigns that was ahead of him. Now the Italian team has to keep the focus and complete the race. 75 seconds in the pit. I wonder if they also changed tires, which probably not. So this means that the car had to be stationary for 75 seconds only to be repaired. That's how heavy the damage was on the car. So after... Oh, that's a drive-through for Dragon, just pitted. a couple of laps ago, and now he's back in the pits for a stopping of 30. Not even stopping of 30 seconds for Dragon. So even for Dragon, a disaster of a race. After getting involved in 2 incidents, of which one was basically race-ending damage with a GT4, he now has also a stopping of 30 seconds penalty to serve. Now back out, still in 15th, as Matisse Croce is in 16th place. Such a Wittig. Yellow flag for a moment, and that's because he's going very slow, but that's because of GT4 shenanigans. As Mariram is only 5 seconds behind Fredriksen, so even if a possible penalty will be thrown at him, even after discounting every single penalty in the game so far, this could still be 7th for Mariram. The last lap he gained only half a second in 18 minutes. There are more than 10 laps to go. I think around 11 or 12, or maybe 11. Depending on when the leader crosses the line, it could be 11, it could be 12 laps. But Mariram could be able to achieve 7th place by the end of the race, after 4.5 hours. The leader now completely out of enemies to fight. Lucas Rode is 17 seconds behind, and theoretically with even less fuel than Kolosov. Cyprus is another 60 seconds for a total of 80, and Eric Beckman is an entire lap behind. At this point, this team effectively had a great race so far. Same can be said about, but I would like to put in Berends for Influx Racing. After starting in 10th, they are now in 6th place, and narrowly in 5th. They just have to cut 9 seconds somehow, and it's a bit of a what if even for them, considering that they had a crash at the very start of the race that effectively robbed them of 15, maybe 20 seconds, so they could have been 4th by this moment. They are still in 6th, so it's still a net gain, but it could have been even better. Fredriksen from 14, from 9th, I read 7, it's at +2. You can see there that the car that gained the most was effectively Stefan Berends. No, apologies, it was yeah, Hilbert Borger from 14th to 9th place, the one that lost the most of the car that is still driving, is Torsten Dragon from effectively 7th on the grid. There are also a couple of cars that are not in the race anymore. Someone that effectively demolished the field with all his power, so his petzled, solo driving, and if he can manage to gap Krasov by another 20 seconds, he will be able to lap the entire field at least once. Tobias Korn is 2 laps behind, so that's the difference in the GT4 field. Maximilian André very close to Rafael Gregorio after pitting, so it's the very same battle all over again, but this time André has newer tires compared to Gregorio, who is still on an old set of tires. Important to say that André pitted in total for 7 times, of which one was a drive-through imposed by the game, probably for track limits violations, but it could also be for speeding in the pit lane. So cool, you can hear the paddles on the wheel. I never noticed that, usually because the GT3s are so loud. But the McLaren, after so many years, it's the first time I noticed that the McLaren 720S GT4, no, it's a 650, this one here, I think. No, it's a 720, pretty sure. Because now it's the Artura is being used, so I don't remember which McLaren this one is. But you can hear the paddles. So cool. In the upshifts, not in the downshifts. And now on the inside he goes, just in front of the leader of the race, who is patiently waiting for his turn to pass André. And that is now André in 26th place, making it 9th in class, and possibly that's the best possible position for him. And Maniram only 1.8 seconds behind Fredriksen. Now 1.5, this Mustang is effectively eating the gap from the car in front. Fredriksen's last lap was a 45.4, Maniram's last lap was a 43.6. As it stands, he is the fastest person in the field, and by about half a second. So definitely a consolation prize, knowing that he could have been in third. For now he remains in 8th, maybe 7th, but hopefully we will see him in the next round of the Endurance Championship, because if that's the pace with 2 penalties, I'd like to see it without them. You can see the Aston Martin up front. That's Terry Fredriksen. So close quarter racing only 200 meters maybe in front of Maniram. Apologies. I would say that. Since it up. Only 200 meters in front of Maniram. Close quarter racing follows in the Mustang. 10 minutes to go. So last chance for everybody to make a move. We're about 6 laps to go. Probably. And realistically this could be the last overtake of the evening. But I'm not sure if it will happen. And even if the question is if, when and how, it's another thing I cannot answer you. So just stay here and follow until the very end of the race. Because never say never, we saw entire races, 24-hour races even, being decided in the last 5 minutes. So ultimately anything can still happen. Someone might have underfueled. Someone may make a mistake at the very last lap. An improper overtake. So now is the time to follow what happens next. As Kevin Maniram is already on the inside line, taking advantage of the McLaren up front. That's GT4 in the middle of the way. There's also Maniram making the overtake on the inside. And a very unlucky Fredriksen, who both times chose to remain behind the GT4, but not chose, but chose a line, and it was the same line as the GT4 ahead, so he couldn't even defend. And Fredriksen is now behind Maniram. There was also a yellow flag. I'm not sure what was the yellow flag. It was the fourth one. Wait, it was an accident. It was the 402 getting involved in an incident. It's Mikhail Krasov, 19th place. What happened to the car in second place in class? Oh, it was an incident. Oh, it was a huge shunt into the barrier. Big one there. Speaking of which, I told you all, everything happens at the very last time. Mikhail Krasov, huge incident for him after a collision with Evgen Gamov. And so Krasov will probably heading to the pits. Now he has an entire lap of advantage, that's for sure. But probably will be enough. But I'm not entirely sure, depending on how much the car is damaged. One thing is certain though, Petzold will be able to lap the entire field. Oh, never mind. Krasov doesn't care. He doesn't have a front end anymore. He doesn't pit. He stays out. I think it is just to avoid getting lapped by Petzold than anything else. As long as the car is not a danger to the other drivers, it's fair play. He still has lights, so he can effectively do whatever he wants. As long as he can be seen and can see, it's fair game. Fredriksen still, oh, yellow flag. That's just Cabrillia going a bit wide. The battle for third here is passing up with just 1 second between Julians and Korn. Now directly behind Korn, and that's Julians now on the outside. He goes, he tries it, he doesn't succeed in it, but he tries it. Flashing the lights, clearly stating that he has to go away. The Korn is not really agreeing to Julian's directions. He probably wants to remain in third place. It's nice staying on the podium. The 407 has to defend for it. So last lap for Korn, it was a 55.2. For Julians, it was a 54.5. This time 55.6, 55.2. So Julian still goes for the... Oh, that was a huge dive into the inside, into turn 1. But maybe a bit too aggressive, and Julians ended up behind Korn. Halala Racing barely behind Korn. That's for Bushel's racing team. 3 minutes to go. There is little time left. So now is the time for the last lap. Last lap attacks. It's going to be the dive bomb fest for Julians. He's being effectively the only battle still on track. You can see that Julians is thinking about a move. Whichever comes up is a good one. Because at this point, there is little time to think about the consequences. It's full on racing. Will he make the dive bomb here into turn 8? No, I cannot, because there is a Mustang coming through. There's a Fisher Racing Mustang in position number 4. That's Eric Beckman going inside. You can see, oh, that's a mistake there. Oh, there's a crash. Oh, there's a contact. And that was James Julians going on inside, getting involved in the incident. Let's have a look again at what happened. So you can see the Mustang coming for Julians, then doing the same on Korn. He dives on the inside as Korn tried to close the door, but effectively Julians was already there.
Okay, the leader is on the final lap now. Give it all you can.
No, it still isn't the final lap. As you can see here, Kolosov still has to complete, so don't get fooled. So Julian still has probably 2 laps left to make it in front of Korn, who is defending aggressively, but he has all the right in the world to do it. Maybe not this lap, since the gap is 1 second. That is the next one. And that is for the podium in GT4. As Vladislav Kolosov takes the white flag brought to you by ACC Drive for the last lap of the 4.5 hours of Watkins Glen. it would be an impressive win, battling against the leaders of the championship, CMC Endurance. And against all odds, what is happening here? Evgeny Gamov into the pits. Huge one here. Gamov into the pits. He cannot finish the race with this rhythm. He goes back into the pits. Stefan Behrens is now in 5th for Infinix Racing. Will Maniram be able to do the same? Probably so. Oh, there is a Mustang in the middle. There is a Max. This is Mercedes in the middle of the way. Bagamov is now back on the road, but Maniram is ahead of him. 6th place for close quarter racing, Kevin Maniram. Teddy Fredriksen follows behind. Gamov is now in 8th place, and tremendous miscalculation for Gamov. Out of fuel at the very last moments. Meanwhile here, it's still Julians against Korn. As McLaren follows the other McLaren, the 404 against the 407 ahead, defending already. But also, Vladimir Kolosov will win the race for Rush and Ride Esports. Thanks to also his teammate Nikita Orzev in front of Sebastian Zenner, Lucas Rode in the 101, CMC Endurance and Mariusz Dresik and Dominic Cypress in the 102. But I have to go back here because there is still a fight here. 4th position, James Julians and Tobias Korn. Korn still ahead in front of Julians. Will it be 3rd or 4th for Korn? Will it be 3rd or 4th for Julians? Kalala Racing still follows. Maybe a dive on the inside. Will he go there? No, I cannot. There are still 2 corners to go. It's still not over. The McLaren goes on the inside. That's a 404 thinking about it. But the 407 is still ahead. It goes off track. He still can go off track. Probably he still has a joker that he can use to remain ahead. And Tobias Korn will end the race in the podium in the GT4 field. So Luis Petzold for Dynamic MS Youngstars won the race in GT4. Mikhail Krasov 2nd place for Ford Club, and Tobias Korn for Buchholz Racing Team in 3rd place. As everybody else completes the race, Evgeny Gamov, disaster from 4th to... Oh, there is a car sideways there. Gamov slightly angry at himself. But Fredriksen, Maniram and Behrens definitely gained from it. From 5th to 8th because of the miscalculation. The whole field is now completing the race. Only a handful of cars, only 1 car now remains. And that is More Herman for Pro Sim Racing that comes to the end of it. So there wasn't... There probably was a track limit violation for Tobias Korn. But he clearly had another joker that could be used. And so he remains in 3rd, the podium, with Julian's just 6 tenths behind. That was the closest gap between 2 cars in the field. You can see the whole standings in a couple of moments. Meyer was also very close to the other Meyer. So Staten Motorsport and Apex Predator that were gapped by only 6 tenths. Great race by CMC that completed the race in 2nd and 3rd. As the results are now about to get updated. See, these are the Misano standings. So in the meantime, what should we expect for the next race? Next race is in Imola. So probably we will see a lot of overtakes, a lot of contacts, considering in WEC, where the gap difference is basically the same as GT3, GT4 with the hypercars and the GT3s. We will see a lot of chaos and incidents probably, so this is a reason to watch it. Then Brandsatch, Bathurst, Barcelona, Silverstone and Nürburgring to complete the series. That's the prize for the winning team is a bundle of 10 lifetime licenses from ACC Drive that can be used in any way from anyone. And then also there is this Thursday, there is the Monza round, so the Temple of Speed for the Case King.de Pro Series. Back to the results, as they have been updated. As you can see, Dynamic MS Youngstars winning the race in front of Ford Club by a whole lap, with Buchholz Racing Team completing the race in third, 2 laps behind, Kalala Racing, Pixel Pilots, Kalit Racing Team, Apex Predator Racing Team, Akibua Racing, North Racing, Avalon Motorsport, Pixel Pilots, Sunset Outrun. Only 12 place for them after the incident with the Mustang GT3 of Kevin Maniram, Close Quarter Racing. Then in 13th place, Pro Sim Racing, Sim Racing Canal in 14th, Team Purple Deluxe in 15th place, 6 laps behind the leader. As then we've got in 16th place, Celestial Sphere, Pro Sim Racing in 17th, Kaisbet Performance in 18th, and Venexians DNF in 19th place. Situation in GT3 is slightly different, with Russia Rise Esports winning the race by 25 seconds in front of the double Mercy Endurance by Barminia, Fisher Racing Esports in 4th, Inflix in 5th, Close Quarter Racing 6th, Steam Racing Setup in 7th, 8th for Speedstars, Inflix Racing, the sister team, completes the race in 9th place. Then in 10th, we've got Lynx Racing Spain team, Kalit Racing team completes in 11th, Opus Perfectum in 12th, Strider Motorsport in 14th, Apex Predator in 14th, with Dragon Racing team only 15th unfortunately. The Honda had a great chance to be in the top 10 or even top 5. Strider Motorsport and Team Purple Deluxe completing the race, with Project Eversio and Intercomp VMD Simsport DNFing from the race. So this was the 4.5 hours of Watkins Glen for the, effectively, should be the middle round in, yes, it is the middle round in the calendar. From now on, it's the second phase of the championship. Meanwhile, in the standings, it should be all the same. As a matter of fact, the Kalit Racing team still leads from the Ford Club, and Apex Predator Racing team, Buchholz in 4th, and Kalala Racing in 5th. Whilst in GT3, Sim Mercy Endurance by Barminia has a 2000 points advantage at this point. The situation in GT3 is possibly going to remain the same. But for this round in the ACC Drive Endurance Championship is all. I was Cristiano Romano. I hope you had a wonderful race. And in the meantime, stay safe, have a good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you all next time. Bye!